All right, there we go. Welcome everybody. Hello. How's it going? It's another day. How we do? Maury with the first, by the way. All right. It's another day. More stuff to talk about. And yeah, I kind of, you know what? I really enjoyed talking about the SMB stuff the other day, and then there turned out to be another thing to talk about as far as the SMB stuff goes. So first, I gotta find the video that I'm talking about real quick because hang on a second, I gotta log into Twitter over here. Incorrect. Wait, what do you mean? Verify. Huh? Are you talking about that? Are you talking about, hang on a second. Oh, I get it. I okay. Hang on a second. I'm trying to log into Twitter on this computer because sorry. I got thrown off there. There is a guy that was part of the SMB1 like ecosphere, right? He was one of the runners named Takate. He ran Super Mario Bros. when I ran it, but then I think he more so ran. He got more into this other game, Chip and Dale. But anyway, I wanted to watch his video about it.
On March 30th, 2026, Super Mario.
Okay. Here we go.
Super
So we've got. I wanted to get back into the SMB talk. What about the moon mission? I don't really know anything about the moon mission. From what I understand, what did they do? They went around the moon? Because I don't think they didn't land on the moon again like they did that other time, right? They went around the moon. Forgive me if I'm wrong about this. I thought motherfuckers were going around the moon all the time. Aren't there people like in space all the time and like orbiting the world and that kind of stuff? Like I don't know a lot about space travel as far as what I only know about video game space travel, right? So in regular real life space travel, from what I understand, there's people in space all the time. We just don't land on other celestial bodies basically ever, you know? So if we're gonna land on the moon again, then that's something. The ISS is way lower in orbit. Oh, hang on, dude. That totally makes sense, actually. Okay, wait a second. No. I get it. The moon is way further away than like the International Space Station is. Got it. That actually, putting it in those terms makes a lot of sense. I kind of get what you're talking about now. Okay. So they're going around the moon for the first time in a long time. Who was that one guy who was the first guy to go around the moon? I can't remember his name, but there was like a guy that was the first guy to go around the moon, and then that was before the moon landing, of course. But James Lavelle. Okay, I don't even recognize that name, so maybe that's not even who I'm thinking of. Maybe I'm thinking of some other guy. Some other guy that like went around. Maybe he just went around the planet or something. And I'm not talking about Magellan, right? But okay, all right, crazy. Yeah, that's cool. They're going further than any. They're boldly going where no man has gone before, from what I understand. All right, hey, that's cool. Yeah, I'm into that. All right. Is anybody still interested in the Mario thing? Because I do have an interest in in this other video that I've got queued up here. I think I'm gonna put it on, and we're gonna see if it's interesting, and then we'll you know we'll see if it's interesting enough to keep going. So once again, this is a video from Takate, or Fast Idiot Boss. This guy is he was a guy who ran Mario when I ran Mario. And here's the other thing that's kind of interesting about this guy in particular is that remember when I showed you guys my keyboard controller for the Nintendo, and I said that this is like a 3 of a kind. There's like 3 of these in the entire world. One of them I actually built for this guy. This guy had one of them. He said he lost it in a move. So maybe now we're down to only 2 of these in the world. Or even 1, really. That might be a 1 of a kind again, because he said that he lost the one that I made for him. But the point is, he had one at one point. He was one of the guys that received one. So, all right. So let's go.
On March 30th, 2026, Super Mario Bros. Speedrunner Niftski, a multi-time former world record holder of the any percent category and the current world record holder in the other 5 main categories on the SMB1 leaderboards, uploaded a video to YouTube titled, "They Changed the Rules to Sabotage My Task Tie Progress." In that video, which I've linked in the description below, Niftski outlines the following allegations.
There is significant evidence indicating that the current any percent world record holder, a Verge 11, conspired.
So, I don't plan on watching a video that simply goes through Niftski's video, because I already did that, right? I believe he's going to have some other unique things to talk about.
With other community members to ban input swapping with the primary intent of sabotaging me and derailing my progress towards a full game any percent task tie.
And sounds
Now,
good, Gamer Dev from
These
83.
are serious allegations, and while I won't dive into the personal conflict between the parties involved, nor will I talk about how the ruling went down, I do want to address the specific ruling of banning input switching itself, so that's what this video will focus on.
Okay, and that's actually what I'm interested in, because I really need to know... I really need to hear some arguments in favor of banning input switching, because I think it seems totally fine. I don't understand I don't understand why people would even question it for a second. Why you should be able to switch controllers. Who fucking cares? Is my stance on it. But I would like to hear an actual argument against input switching, because I haven't heard that yet. So even though I think that Takate is going to be on the side of allowing it, I just imagine that. That's an assumption. But even if that's the case, I am hoping that he is maybe going to steel man the argument better than I was able to, you know? So here we go.
But before we do so, you might be thinking, who am I? Why am I talking about this? And why should you care what I have to say on this matter? We'll start with the answers to those questions first, so you understand why I'm making this video and why I'm extremely qualified to speak up about this issue. Then we'll dig into the details of the ruling and what I think should be the proper outcome to resolve this controversy. If you don't care about my background and just want to dive into the issues themselves, I totally get it, and you can click the timestamp in the video description or the pinned comment that will take you right to the keyboard and controller.
Yeah, sure. No, I want him to. I want him to introduce himself.
The specific issue at hand. For those who don't know me, welcome to my YouTube channel, Fast Idiot Boss, which is also my speedrunning focused handle on Twitter. But in the speedrunning world, I'm primarily known as Takate, which is the name of my Twitch channel and my speedrun.com accounts. I started speedrunning in 2018, and my first game of choice was in fact Super Mario Bros. In November of 2018...
He started in 2018? I wonder when I actually started speedrunning. Because it was also Super Mario Bros. And so I thought that... I guess I didn't know that he was kind of newer into it as I was at the time.
I became just the 7th person to achieve a time of 4 minutes and 56 seconds, moving into 5th place on the SMB1 any percent leaderboard behind 3 former world record holders, Sumwes, Cosmic, and Darbian, as well as another top-level Mario.
Yeah, and so remember when I was saying, like, I don't even recognize hardly any of the people in the top 10 nowadays? That's the thing. Like, what I remember is, I think I said, I think Sumwes had the record at some point. So yes, he did. And then Cosmic and Darbian were very dominant, and then Roy was really good. I don't know if I ever saw Roy have the any percent record. Um, I don't think he had the warpless record either, but he was like a top contender in like every category. And he had a lot of records on the category extensions, which is things like minus world or like 10 wall jumps or stage 0. Like all of the weird categories, right? Roy was like really dominant in a lot of the weird stuff. But I mean, the thing about the weird stuff is that it's a little bit less competitive, but still, he was a really good runner.
Mario runner named Roy LT. What was unique about my run, however, was that I was the first person to accomplish a time of 4:56 or better using a keyboard instead of a controller.
Mhm.
That's because when I got into speed,
This is why I made the keyboard controller for him, because I said, bro, you like playing on keyboard? I hate that you have to play on emulator because of that. Boom. Let me show you this keyboard controller I made.
running, I did not have an NES. As a child, I did, but that was 3 decades ago, and I'm assuming somewhere along the way the console went with one of my siblings. So when I got back into playing NES games for the first time in decades, my options were either to buy an NES or use an emulator. Since emulators were free and easy to download, that's the avenue I chose to speedrun Super Mario Bros. And as someone who is not even a gamer for almost a decade, thanks
I just want to throw out there, it always throws me off and stands out to me as sounding weird every single time that somebody says Super Mario Brothers instead of Bros. Do you guys know what I mean? It's Bros. Anytime someone says Brothers, I feel like they're intending it to be a joke.
to grad school and work, I didn't even have any controllers to use with my emulator, so I played on my computer's keyboard.
I actually did this as well when I was a kid. So not with I did it when I was a kid and not with Nintendo. Like we had a Nintendo growing up, but we never had a Super Nintendo. And my brother discovered emulation when we were younger, and we didn't have a controller for our computer, and so I would play games on keyboard on I played Super Nintendo games with a keyboard. So like the first time that I played through Super Metroid, for example, would have been with like the shittiest keyboard controls you can imagine. I love keyboard now, but like back then I didn't know what I was doing. I was just like, oh, arrow keys? That must be my D-pad. And then what do I do for ABXY? Oh, ZXCV? And like I didn't think about making a control scheme that worked for the game at all. I just gave the simplest basically default settings that I could for the controller, and then never thought about it. And then however awkward the controls were, I just dealt with it, Like I remember playing Mario Bros. Mario World I remember playing, and my ring finger was the jump button. But like I never changed it because it was just like, oh, well, those are the controls, instead of like thinking about how to make them better, Oh man. So anyway, I'm just saying, when I was younger, I did indeed play a bunch of Super Nintendo with a keyboard with really bad controls. But nowadays I'm all about flipping, The arrow keys to me are not D-pad. WASD is D-pad. And then the arrow keys or something similar should be your actions, right? And that's how I try to do everything nowadays. Anyway.
After my Super Mario Bros. Success, I moved on to the game's sequel, the Japanese version of Super Mario Bros. 2, better known as The Lost Levels, or SMB2J. On February 7th of 2019, I achieved my first 2D Mario main category world record when I took the SMB2J any percent world record from Sumwest with a time of 7 minutes and 57.514 seconds. I went on to set the world record 6 more times in that category, swapping the world record back and forth a couple of times with my friend Cosmic, who I was excited to see come back to SMB2J any percent after some years off. I finally lost the SMB2J any percent world record for good on December 18th, 2020, when some runner by the name of Niftski didn't just break my world record, he completely smashed it by almost 1.5 seconds, an unheard of amount at the time. When he broke my record, I had already moved on to other games. Those other games I played would all use original controller and console since I finally purchased.
Whoa! So, Aya, thank you for subscribing. Apologies that like alerts are going to be really loud because this video is kind of quiet, so I've got my computer turned up. But that's gonna cause that to happen. I think I might be able to actually fix that if I go into my mixer and I go to my bot. No, that's not even on here, so never mind. But yeah. Oh well. But yeah. Okay, and then he's talking about Chip and Dale here. Yeah, I know he played a lot of Chip and Dale after SMB2J. The 2J speedruns are crazy. Well, just because 2J is just a crazy Mario game, you know?
Consoles. I hit the top levels of some of those games, namely Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, Metroid, and The Legend of Zelda, among other games, achieving major milestones in each game. That includes setting the any percent world record in Chip and Dale, naturally as Dale, which is actually the third most speedrun game for the NES behind the original Super Mario Bros. And Super Mario Bros. 3.
That's actually kind of crazy. Like Chip and Dale, I know I've only heard a couple people ever talk about that game, you know? Like if I had to guess what's the most speedrun non-Mario game on Nintendo, I would assume that it's like Castlevania or something, you know? Very surprising that it would be Chip and Dale.
So I think as a player, I'm pretty qualified to talk about this, but I was also a moderator of the SMB1 and SMB2J leaderboards for 5 years, from 2019 to 2024. During my 5 years as a moderator, I was directly involved in multiple decisions that had to be made in the past on rule changes and on adjudicating controversial speedruns submitted to the leaderboards. I'll quickly go through 2 major decisions as a moderator and how those decisions I took both align with the goal of leaderboard integrity. After that, we'll dive into the input switching situation. The first case
maybe it's just a huge gap and everything under Mario is a similar small percent. It could be. But still, you know what I mean, though. Like, I'm surprised to hear that Chip and Dale is more run than Castlevania. You know what I mean? But I do wonder, though, as far as like, you do got to understand the exact meaning of those words, though, because like more run. If you're looking at the statistics of what games have the most runs on speedrun.com, I think they're referring to submissions, right? Which means that if you have an extremely optimized game that, well, I don't know. If you have like a really optimized game that not a lot of different people run, but a few people run it, then you're not getting submissions very often, right? Because there's not very many new PBs, even though there are a lot of runs happening for it. Maybe? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, there might be some thing about how the numbers are about like what constitutes, you know, activity from the perspective of speedrun.com. Man, I'm a slow talker sometimes. Jesus Christ. All right, moving on.
SMB2J, when on May 4th of 2020, speedrunner Lakuki submitted a claimed world record for the any percent category. At the time, Cosmic and I were trading the world record back and forth, but it was Cosmic who held the world record of 7 minutes and 56.565 seconds when Lakuki submitted his run. Lakuki's claimed world record was 3 frames faster than Cosmic's, with a time that would have been 7 minutes and 56.515 seconds, or 0.05 seconds faster than Cosmic's run, a razor-thin margin. However, a couple of strange things stood out in Lakuki.
Is this the same Mario drama? It basically is, yeah. And now we're watching Takate's video about it. Takate being another SMB runner from back when I ran, who is also somebody who plays on keyboard a lot and also speedruns other stuff. And he was an SMB1 moderator for like 5 years. Now, given his take.
Lakuki's run. Notably, the live split timer he used for his run and the time of the gameplay in the video itself came out to a run of around 7 minutes and 57.04 seconds, a full half second slower than the claimed time. It was also odd that this submitted run came seemingly out of nowhere. It was Lakuki's very first submitted speedrun of the category. Certainly, it is extremely rare for a runner's first submission to a hotly contested game and category to be a claimed world record. So naturally, the moderator team of which I was a part of investigated this run. And in fact, I was actually the moderator who was tasked with putting together this document that outlined our decision.
Like the beer,
During the
yeah.
investigation, one thing that came to light was that Lukuki had cheated speedruns for a different game in the past, which clouded the situation further. At the time, with what we knew and with the intention of making a timely decision, the moderating team could not accept Lukuki's run to the leaderboard, but if we did, we would have to do it with the modified time of around 7 minutes 57.04 seconds due to the frame rate discrepancy of his console, which would not have been faster than Cosmic's record of 7 minutes 56.565 seconds.
So this one, I'm actually not 100% about like the details about this, because I know that when so here's the thing about SMB1, or is this, no, this isn't, are they talking about 2J? They're talking about 2J. I'm not sure if this exactly is the same way for 2J, but for SMB1, they get your time not even necessarily by the video time, but by the frame count that they know what it is based on the Bowser RNG pattern, right? It's like, depending on what frame Bowser spawns in on, his RNG is going to behave according to that frame's RNG, right? All RNG in Super Mario Bros. Is frame dependent, and if a enemy or if whatever it is spawns in on a certain frame, it will always behave the same way on that frame, and it'll behave differently on the frame before or after, right? And so depending on the way that Bowser behaves, they know what frame you got there on, and then really only need to count the frames of like Bowser's position when you hit the axe. And so, of course, like that gets verified against the real time, and that's, that could be where like a discrepancy could be found. But what I'm saying is that like what I'm saying is I'm not super familiar with this Lukuki situation, but that might have been the deal with that, was that according to the RNG that he got, it would have been this time, but the RTA was a half a second slower, which he said frame rate discrepancy here. So I wonder if it could have been a hardware problem or something. It's also frames spent on the title screen. That is correct. Yes, that actually is correct. They used to have to wait like 8 seconds or something on the title screen before hitting start in order to advance RNG to the right pattern. So yeah, I sound like H. John Benjamin. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. I think that voice acting seems like it would be really fun. I have no idea how to get my foot in the door of it, though, and I don't know if I really have time. You know what I mean? Like, if I really wanted to, I could look up like indie projects in the area, or like for games like, like how Expedition 33 did, right? Where they sought out free voice actors for their demo. Like I could look for projects like that and stuff, but like I got too much other stuff going on. I started a metal band recently, so I got a lot on my plate already.
The moderating team specifically stated if new evidence came out one way or the other, we were open to either fully rejecting or fully accepting Lukuki's run to the leaderboards instead of leaving it in purgatory. And I'm happy to say that all ended with a positive resolution. As time passed, and as more technical details of the situation became known, and as Lukuki's gameplay and skill were proven to be at the highest levels across both SMB1 and SMB2J, the decision was eventually made to approve Lukuki's run to the leaderboards, as there was full confidence the run was legitimate.
Yeah, I remember Lukuki being top tier. I guess it's not the time and place to go into the full details of that from here. Maybe I gotta rewatch the Carl Jobst video about it, because I heard that he made a video about this controversy. So maybe I ought to rewatch that to relearn what the technicals were. Because yeah, I would be very curious to know like what the understood reason for the discrepancy turned out to be.
Lukuki, and I'm glad it all worked out in the end. I always want to see speedrunners be successful because anytime anyone sets a personal best, it means they've achieved a new level of success, and that should be celebrated. In the final paragraph of that investigation document, the first
I just want to talk about the background video here. This is a funny thing in Super Mario Bros. Is that if you watch this, notice that like as this,
and that should be celebrated.
notice this bump right here. They bonk on this and slow down. It looks like a mistake, yeah.
Personal best. It means
it looks like a mistake. They're running perfectly, and then boop! Oh, they lost all their speed before they jumped over here. But check it out. It's actually on purpose. The reason is if you hit the flagpole with a 3 on the ones digit of your timer, then you get 3 fireworks, which loses time. So bonking on this before jumping wastes just enough time, boom, for it to tick down to a 2 before you hit the flagpole, saving you the time from the fireworks. How about that?
Document. The first sentence of that paragraph states, quote, "I think we can all agree integrity of the leaderboards is paramount," unquote. A second major decision I was involved with occurred on January 13th, 2024, when Cosmic submitted what would have been a world record to the SMB2J Warpless category with a time of 21 minutes and 15.35 seconds, which beat his previous time of 21 minutes and 16.048 seconds by about 0.7 of a second. There was just one problem. The recording had no game audio. There was microphone audio, but the gameplay itself had no sound. In his submission, Cosmic explains that he, quote, "muted my desktop audio so I could listen to podcasts while doing attempts on an alt stream. I forgot to unmute," unquote. It's also important to note that Cosmic only submitted this run after he got another run in this category with an even better time that did have game audio and was approved to the leaderboard. He only submitted the run with the missing game audio for the sake of preserving the true world record progression. In his submission notes, Cosmic further goes on to explain that he, quote, "asked people in the Discord to tell me something to do afterwards," end quote. You might wonder what this means. This is a common practice in the SMB1 and SMB2J communities that when a new world record or high-level PB is achieved, that those watching, be it in Twitch chat or, in this case in Cosmic's Discord, will instruct the runner to do something after the run, like fall down the third pit, get hit by the second buzzy beetle, or go to a specific level.
Yeah, so... Right, and this is to verify that they're not playing back a recording. You ask them to do something random. This is why, like, what was that? I had an example of something in my head. There was some other controversy recently where like a moderator had asked the runner to do something and they didn't, but I can't remember exactly what it was. But I do remember that like after one of Zeal's records, right, he brought up his system and like showed it resetting and that kind of stuff. But yeah, just to verify that they're not pretending to play a pre-recording. Oh, and the other thing I was gonna say is, yeah, when we did races, when we did tournament races for FF7, what we did was right at the start of the run, like not beforehand at all, right when the run was starting, we instructed everybody to name Cloud something specific. And that way, nobody could be pretending to race on a run that they had previously recorded, you know? Because they have to, on the spot, they have to give Cloud a name. But yeah. Oh, a non-mod demanded someone do that with a Breath of Fire run. You know what, actually? Yeah, that was Blink's run, right? Yeah. I forgot about that part about the Blink thing. That Blink situation is very interesting because it's like during the like to ask them to do something that wastes time during the run, especially when you're not a mod, is like that. You can understand why he didn't do it, right? Because it's like opening the menu takes time. Someone who's not a mod is asking you to waste time in your world record pace run in order to verify to them, you know? I don't know about that. But yeah, Did anyone ever do that? Pretend to be playing a recording? Yeah, there's been a few times of that. A big one was Yoshi's Island also. With the Yoshi's Island one was crazy because the guy had a hand cam and everything, you know? Like a hand cam of showing him of showing him doing the moves that he was pretending to do. And that's part of how he got caught, was that his hands didn't always match up with what was happening, you know? But yeah, that's happened a few times. There was also the Metal Gear Rising one at GDQ where someone pretended to play a recording. I mean, honestly, it's one of the I think it's one of the most obvious ways to cheat is to pre-record. Well, I don't know, because like you have to splice it. It's a way to try to get away with splicing, because here's the thing. Every speedrun ever is a big piece of evidence for a run's legitimacy is if it was done live. You know what I mean? Like if somebody just submits a run that's on YouTube, it was off stream, this person never streams, there's no camera, no mic, you're right, you can't see their hands, again, not done live. All of those things are like, yeah, that could still be a legitimate run, but every one of those layers is something that adds like an automatic little level of a little bit more trust, you know? If it's live, that means that people are seeing the failures, right? When you see somebody fail a run, right? And but you see that they're good at it the whole time, and you understand the way that they're failing runs, and clearly they're a good player, right? And then boom, then they get their PB in the middle of a stream. There is so much more like automatically understood legitimacy to that, right? And so that's why, like, if you were to splice a run, well, the best way to do it, right, would be to do a stream where you're legitimately running for a while, and then hit him with the recording. A lie, Mr. Mulder, is best concealed between two truths.
The runner then does this to validate that they are not doing anything pre-recorded and that this is indeed true gameplay. Cosmic's Discord instructed him to do a wall jump, grab the star, then grab the final power-up of the 1-1 level, which Cosmic does before ending his recording. However, in part because of the Lukuki situation from several years earlier, the leaderboard rules were previously updated to require game audio with any submission as a way of helping to ensure a run was not cheated.
Right. So in what I'm talking about, as far as all of these things, like, was it live? Is there a camera? Is there mic audio, right? All of these different things are layers of trust, like I'm saying. But then you do have to make a decision about how many layers are mandatory, right? Because the extreme example of a run with low trust is somebody saying, "Oh, I got a 455 flat. Trust me," right? Trust me. Does that go on the leaderboard? This run that has no video, no audio, right? The person doesn't, it's just, we're just taking his word for it, right? Obviously, there is a mandatory level of evidence that is expected, right? And so I think basically 100% of people would say that video is mandatory, like video of the run itself, but less than 100% people, I think, would say that audio is mandatory. And now I think it's close to 100% though. I think close to 100% of people would say that audio is mandatory, but not 100%. And also, and then the question though is that could you get away? And this is kind of what's being discussed over here is, could you get away with no audio if there are enough other levels of trust that are present? For example, with the Cosmic situation here, A, it was live. B, you can see his hands playing, right? C, he's cosmic. He is a well-known runner that everybody knows is one of the best players, and he's constantly grinding runs all the time, right? When you have all of these other levels of trust, then can he get away with the fact in this case, this one time, is it all right that there was no audio in this one run? You know what I mean? And I think that sometimes, like, you can get away with that. Let me actually give you a really good example of this. The any percent no slots world record for Final Fantasy VII on PlayStation. All right, that is the most competitive category of Final Fantasy VII. Is PlayStation any percent no slots, and the world record by Luzbel has a missing section of about 30 to 40 seconds. There's about 30 to 40 seconds where his internet cut out and his stream died. And then it came back. And a lot of and so that means that the basically 100% of people say that it's mandatory that there is video of the run, right? Well, in this run, there's 30 to 40 seconds that's missing. So, what are the layers of trust that we need in order to make up for that? A, it was live. I was there. Me and Ace were both there watching the run. We saw before and we saw after of the gap, you know? And B, it's a 6.5 hour run, right? So like 30 to 40 seconds sounds like a ton. And for Mario, that would never fly, right? But this is Final Fantasy VII. This is a 6.5 hour run. 3, the missing gap was in the middle of a cutscene. So it didn't actually, there wasn't any like RNG or something that needed to be verified in that time. It was a relatively auto-scroll cutscene that doesn't really matter, you know? And then another layer, very well-known, you know, again, very well-known community member and that kind of stuff. So yeah, and so we ruled this as being fine, you know, in the end. And so that's just what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm kind of going off on a long tangent here, but basically I'm just saying it's interesting when you talk about like from a moderation standpoint, from a verification standpoint, right? All of these like pillars of evidence that's required, and like how some things can offset other things. If one thing is accidentally missing, it doesn't mean that there's foul play. It could be a legitimate like mistake or something you can't control. And then the other layers that are there can make up for it, you know? Anyway, sorry, so I really went off on a tangent there. He's talking about Cosmic's his previous world record that wasn't submitted, that didn't have audio. Yeah. I feel like the well-known part should still be treated with a grain of salt. I agree. Yes. I'm not bringing that up as like something that means that it's automatically accepted if we know the guy, because we all know that the best cheaters are people who are good at the game. You need to be good at the game. Or at the very least, you need to have a very, very, very good understanding of the game to be able to cheat in a way that is convincing. So yes, just it being a well-known person isn't 100%. It's just one piece of what generally does add a bit of credibility. But I guess if we wanted to give it more scrutiny than that, maybe kind of what I'm talking about more so than just them being well known is the fact that they're an active community member that we can talk to. You know what I mean? Which is better than someone who never talks to anybody. And you know, yeah. Because that way it's easier to communicate and you know, talk through something that might otherwise look bad. But yeah. All right. Are we good? I think we're good. For top times, you should have the video and audio uninterrupted. You should. Yeah. The whole Trackmania Riolu situation showed that even the best might cheat. Totally. But now you said the word should, though, right? Top times should have audio and video. Oh, yeah. Nobody is arguing against that. But the question is, when something that you can't control happens, like let's say Mia, my cat, rubs on my cables, and then my run because of that has 1 second of black screen, right? Like, so the question is, what are the other layers of trust that can make up for the fact that my recording isn't technically 100% unscathed? You know what I mean? Yeah. But all right. And yeah, no, I agree with the whole thing about how a lot of the time people who get caught cheating are well-known community members. I gotcha. I'm like, again, I'm not saying that being well-known in the community means that your runs aren't cheated. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that realistically, it helps with trust. And that's it. All right. And yeah. I ideally people locally record. And like it's okay. I do want to correct something that I said a while ago though. So like it's good to locally record your runs so that internet issues aren't a problem. And then I said one time that like it would be good to have a raw recording that doesn't have your mic on it. And I'm only half and half on that though, because I actually think that sound going into your real life microphone is helpful in verification. I think it's actually good when you can hear the player's controller clacks sometimes and that kind of thing, you know? Like if you are, let me give you an example. If you are verifying a run that claims to not use turbo, isn't it a lot easier to verify it if you can hear this going on all the time during the cutscenes? If you can hear this during all of the cutscenes, it's a lot easier to be like, yeah, they're not using turbo. But it can also back to that old Breath of Fire thing though. It's actually funny. One of the things that that Blink got scrutinized for on his Breath of Fire run was that somebody could hear his spacebar splitting, right? Someone could hear him hit his spacebar when he split, and they thought that it was an audio glitch from a splice. And they're like going after him about, oh, there's no explanation. There's no explanation for this sound that happens. This sound, there's no explanation for where that came from. But it was obviously just him releasing his key from splitting. Anyway, sorry. We're getting way off track here. I would like to continue on the SMB thing. Let me bring it back a little bit and get us back into this.
In part because of the Lakuki situation from several years earlier, the leaderboard rules were previously updated to require game audio with any submission as a way of helping to ensure a run was not cheated. Now, to be clear, nobody was accusing Cosmic of cheating. He legitimately played a speedrun, just didn't realize his game audio was muted, and submitted the run to see if anything could be done about this unique case given the game audio rule.
Yeah, so, and that was the reason for my whole tangent, was to say that if I was in charge, especially if I was there live when in his alt channel when he got this record, I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. We make an exception to the audio rule because because we all know that this run is legit.
Run to see if anything could be done about this unique case given the game audio rule. The moderators, including myself, debated what to do with this run. By the letter of the law, the run should have been rejected as it did not meet the rule set at the time around game audio.
And so whenever there is like a by the letter of the law thing, I will usually put in the. I wonder if I can find an example of this or if it matters. I'll usually put something in the moderator notes. Like when you verify a run, you can put a note on it. And so I'll put like a rules exception or something in the notes if something like that needs to be done. Like, let me give you an example of that. Sorry about another tangent that has to do with Final Fantasy VII, but like one big problem that happens in FF7 is when somebody runs the PC version and they don't set their OBS settings up properly, they'll lose the first like 5 seconds of video because it takes OBS like 5 seconds to hook into the game capture unless you go into the properties and set your hook rate to fastest. So I've had to put in the moderator notes on a lot of runs, like, please do your OBS settings this way for future runs. This time it's fine, right? Yeah, this time it's fine, but please do this for the future, right? And that's fine. That's just something that, so, yeah, anyway.
But the moderator run
There we
should have been rejected as it did not meet the rule set at the time around game audio. But the moderator group has taken decisions of leniency in the past, especially in the case of newer runners submitting slow times for their first speedrun who probably didn't fully understand some of the rules.
That
But
happens
obviously,
too.
Cosmic's not a new runner. Cosmic knew the rule set and technically did not abide by those rules. Simple as that, right? Well, I fully agree by the letter of the law, meaning the rule set, that Cosmic's run should have been disallowed. And that's ultimately the decision the moderators made. But a few of us, including myself, had a
You can tell he's going for the 2-frame wall jump because right here,
the decision the moderators made. But if
as he comes out of this pipe, you can tell by his acceleration that he's only walking right now instead of running. And the reason he's doing that is because he started holding B in the air, and that makes it so that when you hit the pipe, you have 2 frames to wall jump instead of only 1 frame.
including myself, had a different argument. My
Here it
personal
is.
view was about
Boom,
what
wall
really took
jump.
place. Did Cosmic's run legitimately take place? Did he legitimately play the game, beat it, and set what would have been a new world record? Objectively, yes, he did, and every single moderator agreed with that. In my personal view, I thought the run should stand because in actual reality, the SMB2J Warpless category was beaten faster than it had ever been beaten before, and everyone agreed the speedrun actually took place. To me, that's an actual world record regardless of whether the game sound was accidentally muted or not.
Right.
If you actually played the game and did it faster than anyone else, that's a world record in my view. We discussed changing the rule set, but that was a no-go. We discussed allowing an exception as we had done in the past with newer runners, but that was also a no-go.
I don't know. In my opinion, that should have been the case. The rule stands that we want audio, but you make a one-off exception in a case like this. Who cares?
Especially because some moderators didn't want to appear as it being favoritism towards Cosmic, who is not only a top-level runner, but also a moderator of the game himself. But I was of the view that if a similar situation happened to any legitimate runner, top level or not, moderator or not, who clearly made an honest mistake with the game audio, but otherwise very clearly legitimately played the speedrun, I would have voted the same way to approve the run.
Right, like, so that's an interesting point because they're saying they didn't want it to look like favoritism towards Cosmic, but I feel like what that actually means happened is Cosmic got anti-favoritism. It was like because he should have known better, he's being treated extra judiciously. You know what I mean? That might not be the right word to say. I mean, he was being treated extra strictly.
Now, don't get me wrong, I 100% see the other side of the argument. I just didn't then and still don't agree with the decision that was made, and that's okay. The whole point is, I base my views and decisions off what I believe to be truly legitimate speedruns that best uphold the integrity of the game.
So what we're watching is this is Takate's take on the Niftski situation, which we're still warming up into. He hasn't really gotten into the Niftski thing yet. We're just kind of warming up on his history as an SMB1 moderator because he used to be a moderator for SMB. He also plays on keyboard, so that's why he's got kind of a particularly interesting, or at least I'm interested in his take on the Niftski situation.
These decisions are hard. They aren't made willy-nilly, and they require a lot of depth, discussion, and compromise. I hope that's what we'll see with this new situation involving the input switching debate going forward. So with my background and qualifications out of the way, that brings us to the technical section of this video. As I've outlined, I'm well qualified, maybe more qualified than only a small handful of people to give my thoughts on this situation. Since I'm not a part of the moderating team and I'm also not a community consultant for this decision, this is purely my unsolicited opinion and thoughts. To begin with, let's talk about playing Super Mario Bros. On the keyboard compared to playing it on a controller and the debate around that.
Sure.
In my opinion, as a high-level player on both, there is essentially zero advantage to using a keyboard over a controller or vice versa in Super Mario Bros.
Now, whoops. Do I agree with that? Not really. Ultimately, it does come down to preference, but I think, in all honesty, your preference on the matter is going to depend on just whatever you are comfortable with, whatever you have more experience with. I think most people prefer to play Mario on a controller, not because it's actually better, but because the Nintendo comes with a controller, not a keyboard, and everyone defaults to playing it on a controller, you know? Blood Dragooner. You had to go watch the video directly, hoping it gets more views. Yeah. I definitely encourage that. Like, if you enjoy this video that we're watching, then go give it a like. But okay, sorry. What I was saying. I think most people prefer to play Mario on a controller just because that's what the game came with, and so that's naturally what people play it first on, and then they have more experience with that, and it's difficult to get people to change. You know what I mean? Like, it's harder to get somebody to swap from one to the other than to get them started on one of them. I do think that there is an advantage to playing on keyboard, and that advantage is just simply knowing for sure which directions you're holding on the D-pad, right? There's a reason that, like, most of the top-level competitive fighting game players play with a digital stick. As in, they play with like a WASD. I might be wrong about this, by the way. If any of you are actually in the fighting game community, you can tell me that I'm wrong about this. Zeal! Hello. Welcome. And actually, here, I got it. Let me give you one of these. All right. Welcome on in, everybody. We are talking about the Niftski Super Mario Bros. 1 situation. I swear I'm going to make this 10 seconds. The controversy around Niftski's run is that in one room of Super Mario Bros., he prefers to switch to a different controller. Normally, he runs the game on keyboard, but for one specific run, he likes to switch to controller, and then when he's through that room, he switches back to keyboard. And the moderators of SMB1 5 months ago almost unanimously said, yeah, that's fine. But then all of a sudden, like a week ago, they almost unanimously decided, actually, we don't like input switching, and we don't think you should be able to switch controllers in the middle of a run. And so, I've already given my opinion about this. You can check out my last stream if you want to see me react to Niftski's video of it and give my thoughts on it. Because Niftski believes this was a coordinated, conniving conspiracy against him, specifically, led by the runner-up, essentially. And his video on it is very interesting. And then now today, we are watching Takate's video about it. Takate is a former SMB1 moderator, also a keyboard player, and that kind of thing. And so right now, the discussion is Takate has started out his controller versus keyboard discussion by saying that he doesn't think that there's an inherent advantage to either one, and so I'm giving my thoughts on that. So so anyway, maybe somebody can correct me on this, but I believe if you go to a fighting game tournament where money is on the line, you're going to see a majority of players using a fight stick that does not have a stick and rather has like WASD style 4-directional digital inputs. And the reason is because it's legitimately better. It is better to know for sure 100% what directions are you pressing. It is like instead of going down on a stick and then moving the stick forward and then releasing from forward, and every single time quickly knowing that you're pressing down and only down, and then moving to the right and only right, and then releasing it without accidentally doing any other inputs, it is clearly easier to press down with one finger, then press right with the second finger, then release the first finger, and then release the second finger. That is easier. And so very similarly, when you're playing Super Mario Bros., the thing about Mario is the up button doesn't matter, but it's very important to it's very important to not press down when you're not trying to, and also to not be pressing right when you're trying to only press right. It's more of an advantage to instantly go opposite directions. So there's more than one reason that it's good, but you would agree with my description of like a quarter circle forward, right? Being easier with 2 buttons than it is with an entire stick. I think that makes sense, regardless of what the other advantages are. And like similarly, again, in Super Mario Bros., if you want to duck jump, which is really important because that makes your hitbox half the size, then you need to switch to pressing only down before you jump. You cannot be pressing down and right. You need to be pressing only down. And it is literally more consistent, or like it's literally easier to know for sure that you're doing that if you're using individual inputs for the left, down, and right. You know what I mean? So yeah. Anyway. So I think, and this is not me arguing against keyboards, by the way. On the contrary, this is me arguing in favor of keyboards. I'm just saying, I do think that they're legitimately better. I think a keyboard is a legitimately better input device than a controller is for something like Super Mario Bros. Now that's not me arguing that one or the other should be banned. No, it's preference which one you want to play on. But I'm saying that I don't want to downplay keyboard being better. Is all I'm saying there. But okay. And then, and yeah, Tad Cooper is saying that you actually prefer the stick. I think that there's 100% there's preference. There's a lot of Mario runners who play on controller because they prefer it, right? But anyway, okay, so sorry. So Zeal was saying you can choose to either run with a keyboard or a controller, and that's fine, but switching mid-run between them is not fine. That makes no sense. Yeah, I don't think that makes any sense either, right? My 5-second thoughts is, yeah, like you should be able to switch controllers. I don't understand why it's even a question. But okay. Let's go. I gotta knock it back 5 seconds.
Situation involving the input switching debate going forward. So with my background and qualifications,
we already heard this part.
That brings us to the technical section of this video. As I've outlined, I'm well qualified, maybe more qualified than only a small handful of people to give my thoughts on this situation. Since I'm not a part of the moderating team, and I'm also not a community consultant for this decision, this is purely my unsolicited opinion and thoughts. To begin with, let's talk about playing Super Mario Bros. On the keyboard compared to playing it on a controller and the debate around that. In my opinion, as a high-level player on both, there is essentially zero advantage to using a keyboard over a controller or vice versa in Super Mario Bros. Some techniques like the movement at the start of the 8-4 level that's required to tie the tasks are easier on a controller, But other things, like holding down plus right, which is a technique frequently used to set up certain tricks in the game, are fundamentally easier on a keyboard.
Okay, so he is okay. He is going through like, yes, this is better for this and that's better for that. And you know what, actually? Big credit to him. There's a reason input switching is happening in the first place. All that talk that I was just saying about how keyboard is legitimately better, and that I don't want to downplay that, I guess I do need to remind myself that the whole reason we're even having this conversation is because apparently the first room in 8.4 is legitimately easier on controller, and that's why Niftski does it on controller, and that's why we're here. But all right. So I'll take the L on that one.
You just press the keys that are binded to the down and right inputs. But on a controller, it's a lot easier to quote-unquote drop one of these inputs thanks to the nature of the D-pad on a standard NES brick controller. In the end, the two methods of gameplay roughly balance out, and I believe there's mostly a consensus agreement among the top players that this is the case.
What makes it easier on controller? I actually don't know, and I would love to hear Niftski explain it. Because yeah, I do not know what it is, but yeah, it's like specifically what he's doing is fast acceleration from the staircase on 8.4. I would love to hear Niftski's explanation though of why he thinks it's easier. Don't even understand why the Switch has to be why does the Switch have to be while you don't have control over Mario, as long as you're showing that you're not using both input methods the same frame? So yeah. That I agree with that, Croc. Like generally I would say I don't even get why it has to be when you don't have control of Mario. The best explanation that I can make up for it, if I'm looking for my best explanation to argue for them, right? A steel man, if you will. I would say that if you randomly plug a controller into a Nintendo, it might erroneously send off an illegal input, which is like left plus right at the same time. Because just kind of like random things happen when you plug a controller in, it might technically send an illegal input into the game. And so they only let you switch while you don't have control. Sure, fine. I'm fine with that, right? I think that's a fine restriction to make, especially because it's probably not gonna affect an actual run, you know? Because nobody at a top level is going to be switching inputs while they have control of the character, you know? But all right.
If there wasn't, the community would have already split these into different categories a long time ago, just like some other games do. In a video made by Super Mario Bros. Speedrunner and elite NES Tetris player Eyeball titled Keyboard vs. Controller, Mario Speedrunning's Biggest Debate, in which I've linked in the video description below, he says he thinks keyboard and controller are pretty much equal. Also in that video, several top runners of Super Mario Bros. Come on to talk about their preference. Notably, none of them say they think there is a distinct overall advantage to playing on a keyboard or a controller. They all largely agree that it's a matter of preference.
It is ultimately preference.
Input switching should be allowed or banned.
For sure.
Consider that there is a grand consensus in the SMB1 community itself that there is no inherent advantage to using either method of gameplay.
Now, this might be projection, right? I might be projecting here, but again, I'm saying that I think a lot of people prefer controller just because it used to be more common and it's difficult to get people to change. But if everybody in the world had more experience with playing on keyboard, then a lot more people would prefer keyboard for everything. I think. I think just a lot of people just don't try it. They assume it's going to be too complicated or too hard, and they don't try it. Nowadays on SMB, apparently, yes, I didn't know this, but apparently like all the top SMB runners are keyboard players now, or at least most of them.
There's a very different and totally fair debate on whether you, the listener, personally think keyboard is an unappealing method of gameplay, and that the quote-unquote true world record should only be allowed on original hardware.
That's the thing that's a thing I've heard people talk about as well. In fact, on my last stream, there was a comment on it saying that like, why are we allowing people to play with an unofficial device anyway? And the response that I gave them, and kind of as I've kind of thought about that, the thing is that like ultimately the short way to say it is speedrun.com ain't that serious is kind of a short way to say it, where it's like speedrun.com is moderated by volunteers, you know? And we're talking about people who do runs on stream, and then the video is sent to a volunteer who says yay or nay, and then that's the leaderboard, right? It's not like it's not an institution like Guinness World Record or like Twin Galaxies used to be, where they needed a referee, you know? I'm sure if there was enough money for it to be viable, for there to be an institution like that for video games that would fly referees out to people, or that kind of thing, you know, like if you could claim, I'm going to get the world record, right? And okay, we're going to fly a referee out to you, right? Then it would be like, yes, the referee they would be a subject matter expert, and they would take apart your Nintendo and make sure it's legit, and they would, you know, dump your ROM from your cartridge and check the hash against the official one, and, you know, examine your controller, and all right, okay, everything's legit here, let's see your run, you know what I mean? Like, that would be the way to do it in like a perfect world of infinite money, you know? But in the case of like speedrun.com, right? Look, nobody's got the time and the effort for that. And so we just don't have time to like nitpick things like, let's say your PS2 stops reading discs, and so you put a replacement eye in it. Are you no longer not allowed to run because your system has a replacement part in it? I don't think so, because A, how are we going to regulate that, right? And B, I think repairs should be allowed. You know, you should be allowed to repair your gear, even though you might be using third-party parts. And so then, Ship of Theseus kind of situation. At what point, where is the distinction between repairing original hardware with third-party parts and just using a third-party device, right? Like where is the actual distinction there? How much do we care? And I think the answer for like the overwhelming majority of people, the answer is going to be, we don't care if you use a third-party controller, you know? But that said now, okay, so now though, the question might end up being, okay, so if you're going to use a third-party device, where do we draw the line on like what types of inputs are legit and which aren't? For example, like obvious example, you've got a third-party controller that has turbo on it. Does that mean that turbo is allowed in the game just because a third-party controller is allowed in the game and the third-party controller has turbo? No, we've all decided that turbo is a macro. And so if you're, you know, and some games are going to allow that, some aren't, some are going to split the boards, blah, blah, blah. And so then, right now, the conversation is about, all right, so what is and isn't a legitimate input, right? Pressing a button is pressed, releasing the button is released. That's how your third-party device needs to work. Okay, so if that is a key rather than a button, is this the line that we want to draw, where the button needs to be shaped like a button and you need to press it with your thumb? Nah, that doesn't sound legit. So, right, like you can press buttons with your fingers if you want, but does it have to be a membrane? Are we concerned about a silicone membrane for the button action versus a mechanical spring? No, that's probably too stupid to care about. So like when you really drill down to these specifics, I think that you can really only come to the conclusion that a keyboard is legit. Because like if the question is like, what is your very specific problem with the keyboard? You know, I don't think that there's really an argument that is going to hold up to, you know, general scrutiny. Okay. Sorry, I don't know how much that was a tangent, but that was a tangent about third party. Oh yeah, like how original does your hardware have to be? So yeah, like the pillars of legitimacy are your game is unmodified, your system, if it's not an original system, it has to run exactly the same that an original system does, and your controller can't use macros, right? All right. Moving on.
Quote, true world record should only be allowed on original hardware, and I would not blame you. It does remove a bit of the romanticism and nostalgia from it all, but at the end of the day, this is a speedrunning leaderboard where people are competing to beat the game the fastest, not necessarily in the most elegant way. In the end,
Right.
the Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning community gets to police itself, and the community has definitively chosen to accept keyboard and controller as equals, and the use of a keyboard has ultimately proven to be good for the health of the Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning community and a net positive, even if some spectators don't like it. And frankly, if you don't like it, you don't have to watch it. With that out of the way, but before we get to the input switching decision itself, I want to discuss another ruling the moderating team made recently. Notably, on October 28, 2025, just 5 months prior to the recent input switching ban, it was posted in the news portion of the Super Mario Bros. Page on speedrun.com.
Him using a hand cam has nothing to do with this. Well, I think what Babs is saying is that if Niftski didn't use a hand cam, would any of this controversy be happening? People just wouldn't know, you know? Especially because like he's played using a controller at a live event that required controller before. Aside from the topic, SMB1 has got to be one of the only games that's pushed this hard to where it matters. For sure. I mean, yeah, like I was saying before, SMB1 is like the game of games, right? So it's understandable that it's one of the most optimized games of all time, you know, as far as speedrunning goes. But yeah. So anyway, like along with my whole tangent there, right, like I agree. Like speedrunning is not a purism competition in general. And so yeah, there we go. What do the runners say? If the runners say it's fine, then does it matter what the mods decide? See, that's the thing. So that's part of the controversy, Zeal, is that the idea of making it a vote among the community was something that was like shot down by the second place. Basically the guy who's being accused of like conniving and conspiratorializing, whatever. The guy who is being accused by Niftski of like really leading the charge of getting input switching banned, was like shooting down the idea of making it a community vote. And instead it's got to be a vote from only the moderators, because otherwise they might be biased. But then of course I'd recommend watching the Niftski video. It's really interesting. I would also recommend watching a video from the moderator's perspective if one existed, but there doesn't seem to be one at this point in time. But okay. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, and my take on that was that, you know, it doesn't need to be a community vote of literally everybody, but it should at least be a vote of the runners if the mods are incapable of making a good decision on their own, right? I also don't think everything needs to be a vote, right? I do think that mods should be able to just make good decisions amongst themselves. And I think that this is simply an example of them not making a good decision on their own. And not everything needs to be a vote. But hey, in this case, apparently it should have been a vote with the runners.
Put switching ban. It was posted in the news portion of the Super Mario Bros. Page on speedrun.com that input switching was allowed as long as it was between one keyboard and one controller.
I'm going to reiterate my thoughts from last time, and I swear it's only one sentence. This I also don't get. You can only... this is before they banned it. They said, yes, input switching is fine, but you can only have one keyboard and one controller. Why? I don't get it at all, dude. I don't understand this restriction on input switching at all. Who cares if it's two different controllers or two different keyboards? Like, I get that it's weird if someone does that, but who cares? It doesn't matter.
And that swaps only occur either in between levels or during pipe transitions. While this is the ruling that would ultimately get reversed through the means Niftski alleges a Verge unjustly influenced, there's actually more to this October 2025 ruling.
Sorry to interrupt, but what exactly is the problem with sending a left plus right? It does make the game behave weirdly. You can get Mario to accelerate faster by pressing left and right at the same time. And then in other games, it makes him behave weirdly. It makes other games behave weirdly as well. It's something that was generally fixed later in video game history. Like, I don't know how much it matters on Super Nintendo, but by the time we get to like PlayStation, it doesn't really matter that much. Well, actually, you guys know how much I love talking about Final Fantasy VII. But on the world map of FF7, there's actually a really interesting thing. If you press left and right at the same time, what happens if you press left and right at the same time on the world map of FF7 is that one of the directions gets prioritized. I don't know if it's left or right, but one of the two directions gets prioritized, and Cloud only runs in that direction. But because you're pressing two directions and not just one, the slowdown effect occurs that they try to apply for diagonal movement. So you move in one direction, but you move slower on that axis as if you were also supposed to be moving on a different axis. So, here's what I mean. If you run in one direction on the world map in FF7, Cloud runs at 60 map units per frame, but if you run in two directions, he moves on both axes at 45 map units per frame. 45 one direction, 45 the other direction. If you hold left and right at the same time, he will run in one direction at 45 map units on that one axis. And the model of him also faces sideways. So he like Michael Jackson sideways moonwalks. What happens to your step count? This is on the world map, so it's unrelated to the step count system. What about all four directions at once? I'm actually not sure what happens if you do all four directions. But yeah. So that's interesting. Hold left and put an R to turn around. So right is the one that's prioritized. There you go. And then I think up and down, I think up is prioritized on the up and down. And I think that makes consistent sense if you consider that rightward is positive on that axis and upward is positive on that axis, you know? As in Cloud's world map coordinate is increasing if you're going right or if you're going up. Anyway.
That we need to dive into. Specifically the third bullet point, which reads,
my guess, if you press all four at once, is that Cloud will run up and right at normal speed.
As follows. Number 3. All controllers/keyboards that are used must have debounce less than or equal to 17 milliseconds, or all controllers/keyboards that are used must have the same debounce setting, rounding to the nearest frame.
Okay. I have learned about debounce a little bit, I think. Here's my understanding of what debounce is, because on yesterday or whatever the last day that I was streaming on, I didn't have any idea. I had never heard of debounce before, and I was kind of understanding it backwards, where it was like when you pressed it once, it didn't allow another press for a certain amount of time. But it's not that. Here's what it sounds like is so here's what it seems like is the case. So correct if anybody can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but this is what I understand debounce is. Debounce is when an input is detected on the controller, that input is not able to be released for a certain amount of time. And so again, the idea of this is that as you are pressing down on the button, before it is fully down, it reaches a threshold where it goes blah, 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 and it hits a bunch of times because the electrical connection is unstable at a certain threshold, and then it reaches fully pressed. So what Debounce does, from my understanding, is the first time that it is triggered, there is an amount of time where it is automatically held and not able to be released. And the function of this is that as you go all the way down, it only gets one press. You're pressing all the way down, it goes blah, 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 pressed, right? And during all the blah, 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 it is being held so that then when you hit down, it only ever saw one press. And then when you release it, it will not do that or something. Wait a second. But also release. Okay, yes, but also releases. I need to hear. Maybe it also affects on releases, I would imagine, because then when you're releasing, you don't want it to blah, 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 blah repress as you're releasing it. Okay, I have a take for you guys on this that I might have a take that maybe some people are going to disagree with about this. In the context of Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning, I don't think that debounce should be allowed whatsoever. I think that this sounds like total bullshit. I think that debounce sounds total bullshit. I don't think anyone should be able to use this at all. This is it just does part of the controls for you. This is stupid. Why is this allowed at all for any reason? Laid back, thank you for subscribing. All right. Allow me to illustrate why I think this is bullshit. And this is so let's talk about this, all right? All right. Let's talk about this. All manual switches bounce. I'm about to show you why the bounce doesn't matter, and trying to fix it is bullshit. All right. So your controller has, first of all, as we know, we're gonna talk briefly about the shift register again, right? So, hang on a second. We got 1. We got 2. We got 4. We got 8. We got 8 legs on this side. All these other fucking YouTube reactors that try to use MS Paint, I'm showing them how it's done right now. All right. So you got your shift register. The top 8 pins are the 8 bits of data that we're getting in, right? So that would be up, down, left, right, start, select, and A and B, right? These are the 8 bits of data that the shift register is interested in, and every one of them is connected to a button. Okay, here we go. Sorry, Mia's perhaps on the move here. Okay. Now we've got a few other things that are very relevant though, and that is going to be these pins. We've got 5 pins on the shift register that are used for certain things. And these are not necessarily going to be in the right order, but you'll get what I'm doing here. So we've got power, right? The chip needs to be powered. We've got ground, because any device that's receiving power, in order for it to receive power, the power needs somewhere for it to go, which is why it's always a circuit, right? Because if the power can't leave the chip, then it can't come into the chip. So you've got ground. Then we've got 3 very important and relevant pins. One is data. This is data that is being sent into the console. We've got clock, which is also sometimes called pulse. And then we've got the number 1 most important pin for my current discussion. This is the one that we're here to talk about. This one is latch, which on PS1 is called ATT for some reason. I think it means attention. It's also like attention. This is also sometimes called latch. Okay, so it's not attenuation. I believe it is attention, and you'll understand why. So these are the 5 pins that are in the cable, right? So the actual cable that plugs into the Nintendo has those 5 wires in it: ground, power, data, clock, and latch. And how it works is, we're going to talk about what exactly latch does here. So these signals are either 1 or 0. They're either powered or they're not powered. The way that it works is the logic of this chip, this is a logic chip, right? Which means that this pin can be in one of 2 states, and there is a threshold. There's a threshold of voltage, where if this chip is detecting above a threshold, it's powered. It's at a high logic state. If it's detecting below a certain threshold of voltage, it's at a low logic state, right? So it is either 1 or it is 0. And what the console does is normally it is high. Normally it is at a high logic state. But what happens is, as you are pressing all of the buttons, what you're doing is you are grounding these pins. Anytime that you press a button, the actual electrical, mechanical thing that you are doing is you are connecting. Let's say you press up. What you are doing is you are connecting this pin to a ground, because all of these pins have the exact same logic that we're talking about, where if these pins are above a certain voltage threshold, they are in a high logic state, and if they're grounded, then that means that they're going to be a low they're going to be a low voltage, thus a low logic state. So every one of these pins is either a 1 or a 0 at all times. And here's what happens. When the console, right? When the console gets to the point of its frame where it decides, I want to know what buttons the player is pressing. This is a massively important concept to understand about the way that controllers work. They do not work in the sense that when you press A, that triggers Listen, when you press A, it does not trigger a signal into the system that is listening for an A press, and it goes, they pressed A. That's not how it happens. It's reverse. It's the other way. The console has a certain part in its biframe logic that says, I would like to pull the controller's inputs. And so when it does that, what that does is it pulls the latch or the attention line low. It takes this one line that is going through the cable of the controller into the shift register of the controller. It pulls that pin low. And what that does is all of the 0s and 1s that are currently on these pins, they get saved to the register, right? So if you were pressing right, run, and A, let's say you were pressing all 3 of those buttons, then the logic that you're seeing is 1, 1, 0. Wait, what did I say? Run, right, and A. It'd be 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0. And so you might be like, why, if you're pressing run, right, and A, why are those zeros? Because again, when you press a button, you are grounding that pin, meaning that the state of being pressed is the low logic state. So this is now what is in the shift register. This is your 8 bits of data. This is 1 byte of data right now that represents your current inputs at the time that latch was pulled low. And so now, while latch is low, anything that you press doesn't matter, right? If these get updated because you're just mashing buttons all over the place, it does not matter because latch is low, thus this is what's in the shift register. And then how the rest of it works is that whatever is in the least significant, the least significant section, that is what is on the data line. So at this point in time right now, what would be happening on the controller is that the data line, this pin, would be low by the logic of the chip. The logic of the chip would be holding this pin low, which is sent to the which is readable by the console, so the console knows that you're not pressing the B button. Then it sends a pulse down the clock line. It just fires, just boom, one little pulse of voltage down the clock line, and that tells the shift register to shift the register. And so it takes all of this data and it shifts it down. And now this bit of data is what's on the data line. And so now the console knows whether you're pressing A. Then it sends another pulse down, and all of this gets shifted down. And now 1 is on the data line, so the game knows that you are not pressing. Did I say not pressing before? I meant yes, pressing A and B. And it knows that you're not pressing start. And so on and so forth. It bloop, 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 bloop. It fires through each of these bits of data until it has read each one of them. And that takes an amount of time, right? So that takes time. And then once the console is done reading the inputs, it then goes back up to right here, and that it puts the latch line back high, and then that's the rest of the frame. Then the rest of the frame carries out, and then the next frame, this happens again. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. And so right here, this moment in time right here, and so this is frame 1. This is the only moment in time that your inputs matter for this frame. And then this moment right here is the only moment in time in which your inputs matter for frame 2. Are we talking about we're talking about parallel universes right now, because what you are looking at right here is a parallel to serial shift register. The data for the 8 inputs is coming in parallel, right, into the shift register. So each one of these pins is a parallel universe that has that is related to a different button. And then the shift register serializes the data into a single data line that goes back into the console. Okay. So, why am I talking about this? Here's why. When you want to do a single frame input, right? When you want to press a button for only 1 frame exactly, yeah? Then hang on a second. We have contention. Not really true. If additional presses happen before the register gets reset, it will shift out the first input. What? Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me? I don't know what you're describing. if additional presses happen before the register gets reset, it will shift out the first input? I don't think I know what you're talking about. But let me continue what I'm saying here, and I might need you to explain more what you're talking about. Okay. So why am I talking about this? This is why. If you want to press a button in one single... I need to talk about one more thing. The amount of time between these two frames... This is 60 hertz, right? Or that means that this amount of time is about 16.666, repeating, of course, milliseconds. That is the amount of time between these two moments. Right? The exact amount of time between these two moments where the console locks your inputs is 16.666 milliseconds. So, if you want to press the button for exactly one frame, no more, no less, what you're going to probably do is flick the button real quick. But if you flick the button as fast as you can, right? I think I think a lot of people have the idea in their head, right? That if you just flick the button as fast as humanly possible, pressing the button is going to send a signal to the console, and then because they didn't press it any longer, that's a one frame input, right? But it's actually not necessarily, because you might have done that tiny little flick, and maybe you pressed the button down right here, and then you were so fast that you released it right here. And at no point in time did the console actually register that input. At no point in time during that time did the console actually pull the controller. But if you did that little flick right here, then you'd be fine, because it got registered on frame 2, right? If you did it right here, it got registered on frame 1. But if you did it right here, the game just would not react. The game would react as if you did not press the button at all, because the console never pulled the controller during that input. Does that make sense? You guys understand you guys understand exactly what I'm saying, right? This makes perfect sense, right? So here is why I think that the idea of a 17 millisecond debounce is bullshit. Is because if you wanted to have perfect consistency, Minded Gemini, thank you for subscribing. If you wanted to have perfect consistency where every single one of your inputs always registered a one frame input, that would mean that you would have to get good at holding the button for exactly the refresh rate of the console. You would have to hold the button for exactly 16.666 milliseconds in order for it to always register. Because let's say that you were really good at holding it for exactly that amount of time. That would mean, right? That would mean, hang on, I gotta line this up better. Okay. It would mean that if you press, oh shit, I was too big on my grab. All right. It would mean that if you press the button right here, that registers on frame 1. Like, all of this is good for frame 1, no matter where you press it during this. All of it is good. Okay, maybe not exactly 16 milliseconds. Actually, it's or not exactly 16.666 because we do have to consider the amount of time. Hang on, I just realized a little bit of an error in what I'm talking about. You have to realize that the scale of what we're talking about is actually like this. Like the amount of time that the console actually spends polling, is actually about this much time, right? And so, actually, you know what though? That doesn't actually matter to what I'm saying. Never mind, that doesn't actually matter to what I'm saying. Okay, hang on a second. Let me clean up some of these dots. All right. So what I'm saying is that you can press the button during any amount of this time, and it all works for frame 1. And then the moment that you pass up, the moment that you're too late for frame 1, now it works on frame 2, right? Now, if you held the button for exactly this, starting exactly right here, then it works on frame 2. You see what I'm saying? And so if you were able to hold the button for exactly this amount of time, then that means that no matter where in the frame you press the button, it always registers. You see what I'm saying? So if you are good at pressing the button for exactly this amount of time, you will never get the problem where, oops, I pressed the button for too short an amount of time, thus I don't get the input. So, my entire point that I'm getting at here is that if you're telling me that debounce is a thing that makes it so that when you press a button, there's a minimum hold time on it in order to, it's so bad that the button registers multiple inputs on the way down. That doesn't matter on a Nintendo game, dude, because the system only polls it in a moment. There's only one moment that matters whether you're pressing the button or not, so the debounce doesn't matter. Or so the bounce, I'm sorry, doesn't matter. But then what the debounce is doing is if the debounce is making it so that it automatically holds for at least 16 milliseconds if you're pressing the button, well, that means what that's telling me, and maybe I'm just wrong about this, and maybe somebody can correct me, but what I'm hearing is that if you pressed the button right here, but you did a tiny little flick of the button, and so you released it right here, that should be a bad input that the console doesn't register, right? Because the console did not pull the controller in this time. But, my debounce. I set my debounce to 16 milliseconds, so it held the button for me for this amount of time, thus we got our one frame input. I think that that's fucked. I think that's fucked. I think this is stupid. I think this is cheating. Am I crazy? Okay, let me read some comments to see if I'm wrong. All right. TurboGrafx 16 Genesis controllers use a multiplex 8 lines into 4 with no shift register. I know that like Atari, I think, just has like every one of the inputs is wired into the system. 17 millisecond debounce gives the possibility of a 2-frame press if you hit it too close to the polling frame. If it was set to 17 milliseconds, yes. If I was trying to do this, I would set it to like 15 or maybe 16 flat. I'd set it to 16 flat, right? If I had that much control over it. For the NES, it's not fixing an actual problem. The debounce situation came from emulator, where controllers have debounce, and people started looking for keyboards with debounce. Yeah, I think that that's cheaty and stupid. I hate it. Makes sense. It's still an effective debounce, though, because of how slow the polling rate of the NES is. If you're playing on an emulator, the computer the emulator is running on more or less needs intentional debounce added because the polling rate is fast enough to catch the multiple bounce states. However, I think that the rule is setting a maximum to avoid abuse, like I'm describing. Realistically, the debounce is much, much shorter than 17 milliseconds. Their written rule, though, is it has to be less than 17. So what I'm saying is if you set it to 16, that makes single frame input super easy. But I think that so what you're saying is that the reason that this is invented is because your keyboard naturally might have a polling rate of like 6,000 polls a second or something. But what I'm thinking is that, okay, so let's say that so now we're going to illustrate your keyboard's polling rate, right? And your keyboard's polling rate is going to be something crazy like this because it's modern technology. And so let's just do this, right? I guess what I'm thinking is that it's like, so you press a key, is the issue that you press a key right, if you press a key and right here the inputs are bouncing and people think that that's a problem? That's just I feel like that's a skill issue. Like, if the input is bouncing on these 3 frames, well, guess what, motherfucker? That just means that you didn't press the button yet. Or, like, bouncing is not caused when you're holding a key down. It's an artifact of the action of pressing a key, right? So, so if your complaint is that the emulator is okay. I think I'm getting it. I think I'm getting what people are saying. People are saying that it takes me 1 millisecond to press a key. And if there is, let's say a few polls of the keyboard happen during that 1 millisecond, that means that if I have debounce on, that means that the earliest firing of the key is the held input, rather than, oh boy, this is kind of hard to explain, but let's explain it. We have button, we have half pressed button, we have full pressed button. And my finger is on the button. My finger is pressing the button, okay? And right here, the button is bouncing. And all of this is in the time frame of 2 milliseconds. Okay? Stop me if I'm wrong here. 2 milliseconds. In that 2 milliseconds, let's say that the keyboard polls like a lot of times. It polls like this many times during those 2 milliseconds because I am an elite gamer who only uses Razer products with green switches. All right. And so we have a polling, we have this polling rate. And so my attitude is that during these polls, It is unknown, yes or no, whether the button is being pressed, but it is known that the button is being pressed right here. And so I am going to consider that to essentially be 1 millisecond of input lag. Is that what we're saying? Like we have like 1 second, we have like 1 millisecond of floating input lag here where the button may or may not be pressed, where we can only trust this part of the press and we can't trust this part. But if I have Debounce set up, that means that this part locks it in. Debounce locks it in, and thus our input is always registered 1 millisecond earlier. Is this correct? Is that the correct understanding? That this is considered to be lower latency because the bouncing period of the input is now considered to be pressed rather than an unknown state? Okay, now I will read more comments. Debounce is typically like 2 to 5 milliseconds to account for the physical state. Yeah, but they said that it needs to be less than 17 milliseconds. And so I'm saying that that means that you can set it to 16 and get like perfect inputs. Okay, sorry. Now, hang on. Okay, back to comments. It's not an issue with how quickly you can press the button that's being solved. It's a microscopic mechanical vibration. I'm telling you, though, that the microscopic mechanical vibration does not matter standalone in the context of like how the NES runs. So it's got to be like an input lag thing, right? If it's a mechanical keyboard, the button actually triggers mid-press, so wouldn't the bouncing part be triggered? Yeah, it's on the way down. Yo, said no one. How's it going? So is he going to explain bouncing here? I'm just trying to tell you my understanding of it, and that it's really just I get that it's fixing the inconsistency of keyboards. Okay, we're getting way off topic here, because here's the thing. I get it. I understand that the concept of debounce is to fix the problem that a mechanical switch has bounce. I get it. What I'm saying is that the ability to set your debounce to 16 milliseconds in order to get perfect one-frame inputs on a Nintendo game every time is cheating. That's what I think. Does that make sense? And so, like, if I were making the rule, I don't know. It would actually. They should be saying like 2 to 5 milliseconds, yeah. And this seems like a nightmare for moderation. This seems like a total nightmare for the moderators. But that's crazy. Okay. I think we got there then. I think we're there. All right. I think we can finally move on. Could you make the argument that allowing such high millisecond debounce is why keyboard is dominating? If that's what they're doing, then I think that this whole situation is totally fucked. If that's what's happening. If the reason that everyone plays on keyboard is because they can do this, then that's fucked. But yeah, it's totally it's a totally unverifiable rule. Yeah, like the only way to be able to verify it, I feel like, would be you would have I don't know. It's not my wheelhouse. I don't usually do emulator stuff. So like I don't really know what the issue would be. But yeah. The shift register in the NES is effective debounce. Yeah, exactly. Well, kind of. It's kind of. I don't know. All right. Anyway, let's finally get back to the video. It took me a long time to talk about that, but that's how I feel about that. All right, let's go.
/ keyboards that are used must have the same debounce setting, rounding to the nearest frame. So what is this term debounce?
All right, here
On a
we go.
keyboard, debounce is used to prevent unintended repeated inputs. Without debounce, if you tried typing on a keyboard, it would be next to impossible to type well thanks to unintended double or even triple button presses, because despite how it feels to us as we type, the keys on a keyboard can wiggle or bounce as we push them down and release them, and that can set off multiple triggers in a single press. On a keyboard, this is extremely easy for this to occur with no debounce. Instead, debounce sets a minimum period of inactivity for a button so that once it is pressed, it cannot be triggered again in that time frame. So in theory, keyboard players were at an advantage if they tuned their debounce settings correctly, specifically in the area of one-frame jumps. I personally never tuned the debounce.
Oh boy, I wonder if he's getting into exactly what I was just talking about.
On a keyboard myself, I just always use the keyboard's default setting. But it has been common practice for several years now, especially at the top levels, that some keyboard players do adjust their keyboard's debounce settings to roughly match the frame rate of the game.
That's fucked! Oh my god! I feel like this is insane, dude! Okay, all right.
By doing so,
I'm not going to reiterate because I just talked about it for an hour. So let's see what he says about it.
Adjust their keyboard's debounce settings to roughly match the frame rate of the game. By doing so, they can guarantee that anytime they just barely press or flick the key that is binded to the A button, which allows Mario to jump, that Mario would do the minimum jump.
Integral, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. You wouldn't be able to pull off a big jump where you hold down A. That holding down doesn't have anything. Like if you're holding the button down, debounce is not affecting what we're talking about. Yeah. We're very specifically talking about one-frame jumps. If you had a 16 millisecond debounce on, like I'm talking about, and you held down A, the game would respond as if you're holding down A just fine. It still bounces 100%. I don't think I think we're in different universes right now. I think we're talking about totally different things. Debounce settings at 16 milliseconds. What that means is if you flicked your button for 1 millisecond, even though that did not occur during the polling of the game, then the game would register a one-frame jump. But if you held the button down, the 16 milliseconds would pass. It would see that you're still holding the button down, and thus it would not register any more key presses. And so then it's still holding it. Because I don't know. I was reading chat while I said that, so maybe that 100 maybe that sentence got away from me. But yeah, you can still do big jumps with what we're talking about. Is it not a similar situation to playing a PS1 game on PS2 to have faster load times? Well, we're talking about, I think it is different because we're talking about tuning your controller to do inputs that your hands aren't doing, right? If you we're talking about using hardware to make it so that if you press a button for 1 millisecond, the hardware behaves as if you pressed it for 16 milliseconds. Which an exact 16 milliseconds, which in my opinion is basically a macro, basically. Or if it's being used, if it's being used that way. I understand that it has, the problem that I can see with having 0 debounce is that when you release the key, maybe it registers an input, which would be really bad. It would be really bad if that was happening. And so maybe you would have to have something in it to deal with that. I'm not sure. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It's let me just say I'm a little shocked about this right now. Maybe I can be convinced that this is actually fine. Because we'll have to talk about it more later, but like personally, maybe you could make the argument, I could see the argument that this whole thing that I described about you being able to do a 1 millisecond flick on a button and having it not trigger because it was between pollings. Maybe the argument is that that is an inherent flaw of the technology that they've fixed, right? Immediately, I don't agree with that, but I imagine that would be an argument. Do modern consoles do the same thing? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. The argument might be that it's just impossible to verify, so we're giving up and letting runners do it. That is part of it, right? That it's like if you cannot verify something, then it's hard to make a rule about something that you can't know. But okay. Anyway, let's see what he has to say about it.
They can guarantee that anytime they just barely press or flick the key that is binded to the A button, which allows Mario to jump, that Mario would do the minimum jump possible, which we call a 1-frame jump. If the debounce setting was set to a shorter amount of time,
this is so funny that this is exactly what I just talked about.
It is possible that the button press would be so fast its duration would last in between frames and thus no jump would occur. Alternatively, if the debounce time duration was set too long, it's possible an intended 1-frame jump could last for 2 or more frames. Now, the original NES controller does not use debounce. That means speedrunners playing on original hardware with an original NES controller could theoretically flick the A button so fast that the input effectively only occurred between frames and Mario would not jump at all.
This is extremely prevalent in Final Fantasy VII, where there is a further issue in FF7 where the world map runs at 30 frames per second. So when you're trying to do a single frame input on the world map of FF7, then it is it can be extremely annoying because you can accidentally keep on pressing the button too fast for the game to register. Watch this. Because I think it happened to me a whole bunch. And 21, 26. I went a little bit early, but it'll be fine. And then on this one, you go 1. Did you see it? Oh my God. Did you see it? God. Watch this. Seriously. I went a little bit early, but it'll be fine. Watch my input display down here, and watch how many times I press left here. Watch how many times the input display captures me pressing left, and the game does not capture it. And then on this one, you go 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my God. 5, 6, 7. Oh my God. 6. 6 times. I pressed left for 1 frame 6 times right there without the game registering it. And it was the 7th left press that the game actually registered because the first 6 were too fast. If I was able to just set my debounce setting to 30 milliseconds, then that wouldn't have happened. I would have been able to, both of those would have worked. But instead, I need to get better at doing it, right? Like what I've always thought is that the solution is when you need to do a 1-frame input, you just need to be good at doing the input for 1 frame, you know? And in this case, it's a 30 FPS frame, which means it's 33 milliseconds, not 16. But there are people who, maybe the argument is that, the input display pulls 60 frames per second. The game pulls 30 frames per second. And so that's why you're able to see those. And so some people, though, might make the argument that it is an inherent flaw of the hardware that I had to do 7 inputs right there in order to get 1, and that I should have gotten credit for the shorter inputs. Maybe that's the argument. I don't know if I don't think I agree with that, but I think that that's probably what they're going to get to.
Fast that the input effectively only occurred between frames and Mario would not jump at all. This is what we call getting zero framed. Keyboard players had an inherent advantage built in that they could never get zero framed if their debounce was correctly set, but players playing on native hardware original to the game could get zero framed and were at a technical disadvantage as they'd lose more runs just by being too quick with their button presses, while keyboard players never had to deal with that. But let's look at the ruling again. Bullet point number 3, if we read it again, says all controllers/keyboards that are used must have debounce less than or equal to 17 milliseconds, or all controllers/keyboards that are used must have the same debounce setting rounding to the nearest frame. But if the NES controller...
So the NES controller, I wonder how polling works on the NES controller on computer, right? Because the Nintendo Entertainment System itself is what pulls the controller at 60 hertz without caring about any debounce thing. But when it's on a computer, it's being plugged in. Either you have a USB third-party controller or you're using a USB NES controller adapter, and that is going to pull the controller its own way. And so it might pull the controller faster and be able to have a debounce setting applied. But I've never thought about that.
Doesn't use debounce. Why is the word controllers used in that ruling? Well, to keep up with keyboard, some top-level speedrunners have started using custom-built controllers with debounce, which has re-leveled the playing field once again with a keyboard in the area of 1-frame jumps. So just 5 months prior to the vote that banned input switching, there was a previous vote that ruled in favor of input switching by an 8-to-1 margin and also specified debounce was allowed for both keyboard and controller. That's important because if the...
Do you remember that thing I said earlier about the player bouncing off of this in order to avoid the 3 on the timer?
And also specified debounce.
Watch how this player does it differently. This player hits this block instead.
Controller.
Isn't that interesting?
That's important because if the integrity of the game is of the utmost importance, then these rulings just 5 months ago are rulings that tell us something about the leaderboard standards. Specifically, the debounce ruling means moderators approve something, namely debounce, that isn't native to the original hardware. In other words, it's been determined debounce does not ruin the integrity of the game, just like using an accurate emulator does not ruin the integrity of the game, just like using a keyboard does not ruin the integrity of the game.
Okay, I think he might have made a take issue there. So it's important to say what he's saying right now is he's reiterating the previous moderation decision. I don't think Takate right now is explicitly saying that his personal opinion is that debounce doesn't harm the integrity. But he is saying that that was the moderation decision that was made 5 months ago. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. Oh, all right, all right. Yo, Rock Crawl Jeep, happy Easter. Okay. Remove frame rules entirely? Yeah, but like all the game's logic depends on frame rules. It like what I'm saying is it would be a much bigger mod than just changing the way that level transitions work if you wanted to remove frame rules. But all right. Mrs. Dash, thank you for the 83 months. Okay, let's go. Let's get back to this.
Accord does not ruin the integrity of the game, just like using a keyboard does not ruin the integrity of the game according to the rules. So if we're already allowing things that aren't native to the original hardware, including emulation, keyboards, and non-native controller modifications, and these all, according to current rules, do not ruin the integrity of the game, then in my opinion, switching between two different input methods that are otherwise perfectly legal by the rules should also fall under the umbrella of not ruining.
That was a one frame. That was a one frame wall jump.
Do not ruin the integrity of the game. Then in my
Remember
opinion,
I said the walking thing earlier?
Input methods.
Here, you can tell that Mario ran off the pipe. So that means that you can still do the wall jump. It's just a lot harder. That jump over this pipe, I think, is a one frame
perfectly
jump.
Legal by the rules should also fall under the umbrella.
And I think it makes the wall jump harder as well, but I'm not positive about that. Sorry. I'm getting caught up on the background gameplay again.
Of not ruining the integrity of the game. By input switching, all a speedrunner is doing is switching from one approved input method to another approved input method.
Yeah.
And if it's a custom-built Debounce controller, then both input methods aren't even native to original hardware to begin with. But we've already stated that these methods individually are approved and that there's no inherent advantage for either method. That means the only quote-unquote advantage gained by input switching is the advantage of being good enough to use both methods, and to me, that's a skill issue. Also, I agree with this. About input switching on the NES itself.
So what I'm agreeing with is yeah, like switching between, as we already know that I say, right? Switching between two controller input methods. I again, like my position is I don't even understand why it's a question in the first place. Don't get it at all. And if you think right that it's advantageous to do so, then you should do it. And you know. That Niftski's video, the way that I'll just say the way that he presented the timeline did really make it seem like Averge tried to do it because he thought it was better. He didn't immediately succeed at it, and then said actually I think it's cheating because he didn't immediately succeed with it, rather than considering how much time and effort and practice Niftski has put into it. You know, that's what it seemed like, right? But you know, I'd like to hear his side.
Issue. Also, I do want to talk about input switching on the NES itself. I actually have used a custom-built keyboard on an original NES console.
He's gonna talk about the Keycon that I made for him.
YouTuber and streamer Dash Retro, who you may know from recently cracking the case of a cheater in Final Fantasy VII,
that's
actually
me!
built what he dubbed the NES Keycon, essentially a prototype keyboard that plugs directly into the NES controller port. With this device, in theory, I could have played on a controller, then switched to a keyboard on the actual NES itself during a speedrun. But there are issues with switching controllers on the NES, as I once found out myself. See, when I started learning Metroid for the NES, I wanted to use two controllers, one for hand comfort for most of the run, and one for the highly technical sections where I needed more precise D-pad inputs. These were both standard NES controllers as issued by Nintendo, one that's dubbed the Dogbone, which I used for hand comfort, and the other, the standard NES Brick controller, which gave me a more precise set of D-pad inputs.
This was always a huge debate. Like, it's funny to hear the debate about controller versus keyboard now, because a big debate in SMB speedrunning when I was running it was bone versus brick. Are you bad to the bone or are you bad to the brick? I'm a brick boy. I think that angling the A and B upward like this is super uncomfortable because, you know, the way that you play is the tip of your thumb goes on the B and the shaft of your thumb goes on the A, right? And like that's how you play, and it's really uncomfortably angled on the dog bone. But, you know, when you're all bricked up, they're parallel, right? So I always liked the brick. Oh, but it has sharp corners. What are you fucking gripping it like Dr. Disrespect? Get out of here. Just the corners are fine. I don't know who's getting hurt by the corners of an NES controller. But all right, anyway.
The standard NES brick controller, which gave me a more precise set of D-pad inputs. The very first time I switched between these controllers in the middle of Metroid, I completely broke the game. I instantly unlocked every single power-up in the game simply by switching controllers, then taking a death. No beating Ridley or Kraid, no traversing the whole map, no entering in a passcode, just switching controllers and then dying got me every power-up in the game. Essentially, I created a hardware glitch from this controller switch, so the native way of switching controllers does sometimes have issues, but I was unable to replicate this game-breaking glitch in Metroid upon further testing. Additionally, when I switched between controller and the NES keycon while playing Super Mario Bros., I never experienced any glitches, but admittedly, it's not a huge sample size of gameplay either. Now, I should also mention that in theory, a third-party input switcher can be used directly with the NES.
So to follow up on what he was just saying, that's basically what I was saying. When they were talking about not being allowed to switch during gameplay, while you have control, I was thinking that, like, yeah, it might fire off some kind of illegal input that'll affect the game in an unknown way. What he just described for Metroid, though, I don't know how you could do that with the controller, you know? Like, with only controller inputs. So maybe it did do a more serious kind of hardware glitch. That's very interesting. I almost wonder if, like, maybe his hands on the console, in order to stabilize it while he did the controller switch, I wonder if there was like a static shock that got into the game or cartridge or something caused by his hands on the console rather than by the controller switch itself. Because what I was thinking is it would be really easy to design a controller switcher, right? Where you just put like a transistor down each of the 5 lines that switches which controller is, or maybe not even a transistor, I'm not sure. Anyway, it would take very little design, and they probably already exist, right? To have a device that, or to have like a 2 controller switch, right? And then you just hit a button and it switches which controller is active. I think that would be really easy. But yeah, my money would be on cart movement. Me too. Oh yeah, I said static shock. Yeah, even bumping the cartridge. Right, exactly. Because I imagine he was using a top loader. And so the cartridge was probably available to get jostled, or even on a front loader. Front loader NESs are notoriously volatile, you know, to where if you physically touch them, you know, they can freeze or whatever. So yeah.
Now, I should also mention that in theory, a third-party input switcher can be used directly with the NES itself.
I swear I didn't pre-watch this, but I really am just saying every single subject before he talks about it.
Which of course is another gray area. I don't know of anyone doing this, but I'd assume it's possible on original hardware. Regardless, as things stand,
yeah, it would be extremely trivial to make a controller switcher. And if you don't like the analog switch of electrical signals, you could have it switch digitally with transistors, like, super easily.
Community has already accepted things that are not native to original console, namely keyboard, software and hardware emulators, as well as debounce on controllers. So in my opinion, the issue of input switching between 2 completely and totally approved methods of play pales in comparison to the fact that something like hardware debouncers are even allowed. And as someone who has played...
Oh, sorry, I need to listen to that.
The issue of input switching between 2 completely and totally approved methods of play pales in comparison to the fact that something like hardware debouncers are even allowed.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, input switching, who the fuck cares? But these motherfuckers are debouncing? That's exactly what I'm thinking.
And as someone who has played at the highest levels of various Nintendo games on both keyboard and controller, I have absolutely zero problem with runners switching inputs mid-run between 2 approved methods.
I don't understand how you could even care.
It comes down to a skill issue, and that's exactly what speedrunning is.
100%.
Being skilled enough to play the game as fast as possible. It's still Niftski pressing those buttons on a controller or a keyboard. It's still a Verge pressing those buttons on a keyboard. And a Verge has the opportunity to use input switching just like Niftski does.
Which he apparently tried and gave up on very quickly.
So what do I think should be done now that we've looked at everything? And I'm not talking about punishment or any of that sort. I'm not going to touch with a 100-foot pole any of the allegations or claims made on a personal level between the parties involved.
And yeah, so you don't even need a switcher. You could have a pass-through connection for both at once. Yeah, Bitcore's already said that. That would allow you to do impossible inputs. I would very much prefer it be a switch between two different controllers. It would also be a lot easier because if you did a parallel pass through, then that would mean that like the second controller needs to be connected to the first controller's shift register, and now we're talking about like a Frankenstein controller, right? I think it would be much simpler to have a switch that just switches between two standalone controllers.
I just want to talk about what needs to be done to resolve this input switching situation from an integrity of the game perspective by the Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning community. To me, there are 3 paths forward. The first path is the clearest path forward, but also maybe the most controversial, although I think all 3 paths have their own merits and drawbacks. I'll call the first path the free-for-all path. If we're allowing emulators, keyboards, and Debounce modified controllers, then input switching absolutely falls within this realm of integrity. Nothing that is done by input switching is any more harmful to the spirit of the game or the integrity of the leaderboards than other things that are already approved.
I agree with the logic that he's presenting on this. I don't necessarily agree that this is the way forward yet. We'll talk about that once we see the other options, but I don't have any issues with the logic of what he's presenting here.
Clear through the use of input switching, it's still a skill-based means of playing the game, and if you are input switching, you would actually need to be skilled on both sets of inputs. With the original Nintendo now over 40 years old, but with so much technology available to make Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning more accessible, we need to be doing what we can to allow more players to play this incredibly popular and ever-loved game. If that includes creating new controllers through technology advances or new approved means of playing the game itself, I believe that's fantastic for the game. In that case, make it an all-out technology advancement war, but one that's still completely skill-based in the end. I'd be totally fine with that. The main drawback here, of course, is the obvious continued drift away from how this game was originally played. 40 years ago, all we had was a hard-ass NES brick controller, a Nintendo, and the game itself. There's also the issue of pay-to-win, but we're already sort of in the realm of pay-to-win with customized keyboards, Debounce controllers, input switchers, and more. At the end of the day, you could buy all the technology in the world, but it still requires skill to do everything.
Yeah, so like my issue with all of this is just the debounce thing. I feel like the debounce is I feel like it's essentially a macro, that specifically.
I know now that I'm in my mid-40s, well past my prime, there's no way I could tie the task no matter what technology I had. I just don't have the consistency and skills that are required anymore. The second path we can choose to go down is what I'll call the split 'em up path, and that's exactly as it sounds. Split everything up so you're only competing against others that use your same technology. But I believe this is far more divisive and negative for the Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning community, and I definitively believe for the health of the Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning community, this is not the path to go down.
Yes, I do think that less leaderboards is better. One of the meme about Final Fantasy VII speedrunning is that if you want to run any percent no slots, right? Well, there's PSX disc with turbo, PSX disc without turbo, PlayStation Digital with turbo, PlayStation Digital without turbo, HD console with turbo, HD console with, right, turbo double, but it's like you could run on PlayStation, you can run on emulator, you can run on PC, you can run on HD console, and all of those are different leaderboards, and there's double the amount of leaderboards because of turbo, right? And I think that's bad, right? And I don't think that there's necessarily a better way to do it for FF7 specifically. There's a reason that it is the way that it is, but it's just there's a lot of leaderboards, and it's kind of bad. I think it's a huge blessing for Nintendo that the emulators are so good at this point that they are perfect, right? I think it's a huge blessing for Nintendo speedrunning, yeah, that the emulators are essentially perfect and that the games can be run on, that the emulator and hardware can be side by side.
But I do concede it would satisfy the purists, most of whom aren't actually a part of the SMB1 speedrunning community and are just outside noise.
Here's the thing that I have to say about the purists. is and because I might even partially be one of them, like in some ways, people need to learn to use filters. People need, like, okay, so I'm looking at this board. What if I only care about people who didn't play on a PS2, right? Let's say you are somebody who you don't like that we use fast disk speed on a PS2. Well, you can come into filters and you can filter down to only PlayStation. And look at that, world's best pants. In your opinion, then, world's best pants has the world record Final Fantasy VII run because they're the only person who played on an actual original PS1. And so you might say, well, I don't want my, like, I don't want my name to be on there twice or yada yada. None of that matters. If I, right now, today, ran a run that was on PlayStation 1 original, and it was a time that was slower than my PB, I could submit it, right? And it could be verified, and what would happen is unfiltered, it would not show up because only my best time would show up unfiltered, which was on PS2. But this is how this website already works. If you were to go in and filter to PlayStation, then my PlayStation time would show up here. I should do that. I should do a PS1 run at some point just to get it, just to make this point. But anyway, this is what I'm saying. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? People need to learn to use filters, and we need to normalize it. We need to normalize being okay with using filters on the speedrun.com leaderboards. All right? All right.
This path would mean keyboard runs are a different category from console runs, that Debounce controller runs are separate from original controller runs, that emulator runs are different from console runs. That means tying the TAS or holding the any % world record would have a completely different meaning in the future, as it would be a clear split in the leaderboards and in the Super Mario Bros. World record lineage itself. I do not support this avenue, and I believe the Super Mario Bros. Community as a whole doesn't believe in it either, but I would be remiss if I didn't at least mention it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. It's it is technically an option that's going to be brought up by people. In fact, I believe it was even a comment on my last stream. Why not just split the boards? But like nobody wants that. It's very annoying to have too many leaderboards.
In between path, kind of a compromise between paths 1 and 2, and it's the path we already live in. In this path, instead of separating all technologies into their own leaderboard category or allowing an all-out technology war, the Super Mario Bros. Community as a whole, not just a select set of moderators with potential biases towards certain top runners, finds a compromise on where and how technology gets used or limited. That would have to include everything such as emulators, keyboards and controllers, the use of Debounce, input switching itself, and possibly much more. This is the murkiest path forward because coming to an agreement on all of this could prove to be incredibly difficult. But it may also be the most sustainable path for the health and integrity of the game. Still, some issues could arise. Would a rule be required that all technology used be commercially available rather than custom made for a small subset of runners? What level of debounce should be allowed? Specifically, if debounce is turned off on a keyboard, it could render speedrunning Super Mario Bros. Completely impossible thanks to the notorious wiggle or bounce of a keyboard, which would constantly give double or even triple inputs on the same button press. And should debounce even be allowed on a controller?
That first part, I don't think that would happen on an emulator, right? Because the emulator would be emulating the NES's pull rate, which would not pay attention to all of those micro presses. I wouldn't think. But yeah. So what level of debounce should be allowed should already be a topic? Yes. Like where I'm sitting, we'll let him finish, but where I'm sitting is the in-between path is correct, where we just regulate what is allowed and what's not, and we have these conversations. And right now, what I take an issue with is that I think the idea of a 16 millisecond debounce is crazy. So I think what the question is I don't think that you can ban the technology debounce because, like he said, keyboards have it built in, right? Keyboards have that function built in. So whatever is like a reasonable amount that all keyboards are going to have built in, whether it's 1 millisecond or 2 milliseconds or whatever amount of debounce is like the automatic like this is just like hardware industry standard on a keyboard, that should be the amount that's allowed, you know? Emulator pulls the keyboard for state at its own rate. I would argue that if an emulator is doing that, so if an emulator sees you press an in-between frame and then it holds that input for you until the next frame happens, I think that you're using an emulator that's changing the game. I don't think that would I can't see that being an emulator that like setting that should be allowed for speedrunning, because it's like it's literally like operating differently than the like intentionally differently than the console did, you know? I don't like it. Don't like it. There's no standard, but there's no standard, but I'm sure there's a median, right? And I would say like let's say the median is 3 milliseconds. Well, then allow 5, right, or something like that. I don't know. I'm just saying like this is like the mentality that, like, I'm not a moderator. I'm not coming up with the rule, but I'm saying that this is the mentality that I would go into it with. Your keyboard has 5 millisecond, like by default. That's crazy. That seems really high. But yeah, man. Because like if it's 5, then that is just like already by default an advantage over a controller. That's crazy. But okay, not to go down that rabbit hole again.
Give double or even triple inputs on the same button press. And should debounce even be allowed on a controller? What about input switching? And surely there are other issues that I haven't even thought of that may come to light in the community discussion on this topic. Unfortunately, this is a massive undertaking, and unfortunately, it may put a screeching halt to the task tie battle for the time being until this is all ironed out. But it may also just be the revolution this community needs, hopefully for the better.
That is part of what Niftski's whole complaint was, is that like this was intentionally to slow him down, you know, or try to halt his progress. Yo, Shellblaster.
In my personal opinion, either the first path of an all-out technology war or the in-between third path with a set of compromises on rules is acceptable. The third option is obviously preferred, and I do believe that's the direction that will be taken, but as I said, it is going to be a tough road ahead. Regardless, whether the first or the third path is taken, I believe input switching should be allowed if it is between 2 approved methods of playing the game. Then it just comes down to skill, and the whole point of having speedrunning leaderboards is to display who has shown the most skill in beating each particular speedrun category. To me, input switching doesn't harm the integrity of the leaderboards, and it still takes extreme skill to tie the task regardless of how you play the game. So my advice to anyone wanting to tie the task, go achieve the necessary skills.
Yeah.
When I think of Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning, I think of the history and evolution behind the any percent speedrun. From OG Japanese speedrunners to the Twin Galaxies era with legends like Scott Kessler, Trevor Sagan, and Andrew.
Hang on, I'm watching the gameplay again.
I think of the history and evolution.
Don't you? I thought you had to run under this in order to get it to not wrap in this level. Am I nuts?
When I think of Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning,
I thought that the puzzle here was that you have to go under.
I think of the history and evolution behind the any percent speedrun.
So they must be doing like a trick, right? What's the trick?
Think of Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning.
4-4 is like this, and then 6-4 is the same setup, and then 6-4. Okay, got it. It's just a different level. I was thinking maybe there was like a trick happening to make the game think that they went under. Got it. Sorry, I got distracted by the gameplay.
The history and evolution behind the any percent speedrun. From OG Japanese speedrunners to the Twin Galaxies era with legends like Scott Kessler, Trevor Sagan, and Andrew G, to eventually Andrew G changing the game himself by introducing glitches into the run.
Yeah, I was talking about this, I was going to mention this. Somebody left a comment on the last stream saying that like Niftski should just do input switching regardless of what they said the ruling is, because it's obviously the right way to play. And like it's obviously fine to do that, and that's how it's gonna shake out. And you know, don't let this slow you down. Just play with input switching, right? And exactly what I was gonna respond to him with, but I don't know. It was a lot to type on my phone, and I'm not sure about all the details. But that's essentially what Andrew G did, right? Back in the day, like SDA, Speedrun Archives, Speed Demos Archives, sorry. They had, was it them who had like a rule against against strange teleportation or something that made it so that wrong warping was disallowed? And Andrew G was the one who was like, well, fuck that. I'm just going to do the wrong warps because I think that they're legit. And then he got the first, it was Twin Galaxies, gotcha. And then he got the first ever sub 5-minute run using wrong warps that Twin Galaxies had banned. But then everyone was like, wow, sub 5 minutes, that's incredible. And they watched his run and they were like, yeah, that's cool, that's legit, we like this, you know. And then the whole like ruling was changed. But all right.
Subsequently, a world record was eventually set on emulator by Blubler. Then, while legends like Darbian, Cosmic, Sumwest, and Tavenweb continued to push the record down, the rise of keyboard play made its presence felt, ultimately resulting in keyboard world records from both Niftski and Averge. To me, input switching and hardware debounce are just natural extensions in the evolution of a long history of Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning. Also, I know as a participant myself that there was a camaraderie among the players when I played. We rooted for each other, we built amazing friendships, and we pushed the game forward together. I'm just as curious as the rest of each other.
So hang on, these are old school dudes. This is Takate. We got Darbian, we got Cosmic. These two I'm not positive about. Is this Sumwest? And then I don't know who this guy is.
Friendships, and we push the game forward together. I'm just as curious as the rest of you about the direction this will go, but I do hope all parties involved, including players, moderators, community consultants, and more, do so with the best intentions.
Yeah, Darbian got me into SMB speedrunning
and the integrity of the leaderboards, and do so without bias towards any particular players on any side of the issue. As a longtime fan of the game, speedrunner of the game, and former moderator of the game, I have a vested interest in these upcoming decisions because the integrity of the leaderboards is paramount to me as someone who's rooting for literally anyone to one day tie the task. I'm rooting for Niftski to do it, I'm rooting for Averge to do it, and I'm rooting for all the other runners with this as their goal to one day achieve that goal themselves. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and
I wanted to say about Darbian actually he kind of inspired my attitude on Twitch in general because, you know, I was pretty young when I started. I was like 24 when I started streaming, maybe even 23. And you know, like I Darbian was the one who kind of taught me that you can just be chill, right? And people will enjoy the stream. Now, I'm not the chillest person in the world. I kind of yell. I get uppity, right? But still, though, I don't. The thing is that like, I'm not faking it, you know, because Darbian was the streamer where I kind of realized that it's like, oh yeah, you can just chill and you can hold people's attention. I don't know, whatever. Look, you know what I'm saying. I really liked Darbian's style.
while I don't plan on making more YouTube content outside of just uploading my speedruns from my Twitch channel onto here, I do have big plans for my own speedruns, including a future return to SMB2J any percent at some point. No, I'm never going to beat Niftski's record. I'm far too old to do that, but I would like to get the elusive 754 that I never got in my heyday. If you'd like to follow along, head over to Twitch and follow me over there. A link to my channel is in the video description. I appreciate each of you that took the time to watch this, and I wish you all well.
I'd maybe like to go back to SMB Warpless a little bit as well. After all this time running a 7-hour speedrun, you know, or a 6.5-hour speedrun, it would be pretty nice to go back to a 20-minute speedrun. But all right. So that was Takate's take on it. I think this video was very good. He basically, he explained the stuff that I was not super familiar with, as in, I figured out what Debounce was eventually, but still, him, explaining it was very good context for what I didn't understand, just from watching Niftski's video, and not even Niftski's video, but also even reading. It drove me nuts that, reading the, well, actually, I guess it shouldn't drive me nuts, but anyway, reading the rule changes from the mods, I didn't really understand the Well, no. Yeah, I didn't like it. Reading the rule change announcements from the mods, I did not understand why they were setting the rules to what they were setting, you know? And I didn't like that. So I'm glad that he kind of went a little bit more into that. I never ran 2J. 2J is a game that I have played for fun a lot, but I've never speed run it. But yeah, there we go. All right. Give Takate a view and a like if you're so inclined, if you liked the video. And yeah, like I was saying, I like that he explained some of the concepts that I didn't get before. And then also I agree with his mindset and the conclusions that he came to as well. Yeah, great video. And yeah, I haven't talked to Takate in forever because, like I was saying, I speed ran this game like 5 years ago, and that would have been the last time that I talked to him. And all right, there we go. That is about that. Is any other questions about this? Rule changes should never leave you with questions as to why the rules are implemented. Right. Like, here's the thing: is I do think that on the rules itself. Like when you go to the board and you click show rules, this, I believe, is not the place for explanations. This is the place for the rules, right? But when you go to the news page, and you see, and this is where a rule change is occurring, then I think that there should be an explanation about why they are what they are, right? So yeah. So anyway, there we go. You could hold down everything. Well, so not really. Because I get what you're saying about the program the whole task into the debounce, and it's like the exact thing that people talk about. It's the exact thing that people say with Turbo, where it's like it's not the same thing, which is why we're able to have a leaderboard that allows Turbo without it being tasks, right? But it is the same thing enough. It is a macro, so it is the same thing enough to where a lot of people want it to be on its own leaderboard. Okay. That's about that. That's the follow-up. Did anybody have either anything else about this situation, or is there anything else that I need to see? Is there any new gaming news that I need to see and talk about? There was actually another video that I wanted to find. There was a video that I put on my watch later that I don't. Man, do we have time for another 25-minute video? Because I have a very bad habit of making a 25-minute video take 3 hours. But I saw a video. It's from a channel that I've never heard of, right? It's about FF7. It's from a channel I've never heard of. It's called I Tried Final Fantasy VII in 2026. What's the correct amount of debounce for controllers? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that I feel like what should be considered is like the median debounce that keyboards are manufactured with, and basically just say like it's got to be around that same thing, right? Mario Maker level deletion. Okay, yeah. I did see a headline about that. Let's see here. If I just type Mario Maker 2 into YouTube, it's probably the first thing that comes up, right? No, it's not. Level deletion? There's a short about it. All right, I can probably make this take 15 minutes.
Nintendo is deleting thousands of Mario Maker levels for seemingly no good reason. Recently, various Mario Maker 2 players have
Seemingly no good reason. I mean, look, we gotta hear their. We can figure it out. We can figure out why it would be.
noticed that their levels have gone missing. They quickly realized that the levels have been deleted by no other than Nintendo themselves. Nintendo hasn't stated exactly why these levels are being deleted, but the running theory is that putting a hashtag in the description of your level constitutes as advertising due to the fact that many of these hashtags were for communities outside of the game.
Oh wait, this does sound a lot more weird than I thought it was going to. Mr. Snaps, thank you for subscribing. Here, let me get my volume how it usually is, and then like turn this down a little bit. Okay. This does sound a little weirder than I expected.
Deleting thousands of Mario Maker levels for seemingly no good reason.
Oh,
Recently,
we already
various
saw.
Mario
Hang on. Is that all there is?
is advertising due to the fact that many of these hashtags were.
Okay, so that's all the short. That's all that the short says is that your level seems to get deleted if it has a hashtag in it.
You're goddamn right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. That is weird. I wonder why that. I have no idea why that would be. I don't know if I have anything to say about this. That's Mr. Snaps to you. Wait, did I call you MR? Did I say MR Snaps? Did I say that? Mr. Snaps, thank you. And all right. Let's see about this FF7 thing. I kind of have no idea about this Mario thing. But all right. Let's do it.
That's right. I've never played Final Fantasy VII.
Right. By the way, I've never seen this channel before, so if it's too cringy, I'm gonna retreat out. We'll find out.
I've played hundreds of video games in my life, but this supposed classic is one I've missed out on until today.
I hope that this is not his own footage, because I am immediately horrified at the idea that somebody wants to play FF7 and they boot up the PC version. This is why exclusivity is a good thing, folks. I know people don't like to hear it, but video game exclusivity is a good thing. The game was designed specifically for the PlayStation hardware. So if you want to play the game in 2026 and you don't have a PlayStation, please, for the love of God, just emulate it. Just emulate the PS1 version, because that's the system that it was made for. But instead, they trick you with the PC port. Ay.
I've got 5 hours to get as far as I can. Can this legendary 1997 release impress me in 2026? Let's jump in and find out.
This guy's he's kind of doing a thing where he says every sentence the same way, which it's if he does it a little bit more, I'm gonna freak out.
Here we go. I'm not really sure how I've missed this game after all these years. I was a Nintendo kid, so I never had a PS1, so I guess that explains it. Still, even after having access to the game, I've never really considered giving it a go. I guess that's a good thing though, as now we can experience it all together. I'm very distracted by this guy's like delivery, you know? He's given it way too much of like I'm in front of a microphone in the studio, and so I'm gonna use my radio voice, you know? And like it really bugs me.
Wow, this is like transfixing.
But now we're getting when we get into this part though, where he's just actually playing and he's being himself and he's live. Hopefully there's more of this where, hang on, my OBS is being annoying. There we go. I gotta move myself off of his head. It looks like he's looking up at me right now. There we go. Hopefully we'll get into more of this kind of stuff where we just hear his natural speaking voice.
It's hypnotic. It's very hard to. It just kind of clears your mind. It's a really beautiful track.
Man, yeah, that opening track
It's
is
a good
really
opening.
something. I've heard much praise.
Also, a lot of people haven't noticed this, and I actually only noticed this very recently. Have you ever noticed the gigantic Roman numeral 7 here? There's a big V, I, and an I. I did not notice this until like a year ago. How about that? Big 7 in the background.
Man, yeah, that opening track is really something. I've heard much praising of this game's soundtrack, and it's hard not to hear why. I mean, this is the very first song, and I don't want to stop listening to it. Eventually,
it's great.
the title actually popped up, so it was time to start the game.
I do really like when I see somebody play a game for the first time, when I watch like a Twitch stream of a first time playthrough and stuff, I do really like it when the person actually is paying attention to the soundtrack, you know? Because sometimes, I don't know, sometimes I feel like it doesn't get enough attention.
Wow, this is so interesting looking. Whoa, wow. Whoa, this looks so interesting. The art style and the graphical approach.
Is it just me, or does it sound like he's trying to be nice about the fact that the PlayStation version looks like shit? The PlayStation version looks like shit, and he's being really nice about it. Oh, it's interesting. It's interesting, this graphic, these choices.
Wow, this is so interesting to look at. Wow, okay. So I have control. This is Cloud, I assume. Hello, Cloud.
I know at least a little bit about the game. Man, there's just something so unique about the look of these early 3D games. They've probably aged worse than any other era of games.
Okay, he's giving it a little bit, but here's what I'll tell you, mister. Hang on, what's this guy's name? Wilson. Here's what, Wilson, you gotta play the PlayStation version. Because the problem with this version is that these blurry ass backgrounds totally clash with your modern resolution scaling being applied to the character model, and that doesn't even get into the fact that the PC version exclusively has these ugly fucking mouths on the characters that on Cloud it's fine because it's not an O face, but on every other character it's like a fucking O face that's super annoying the whole time. You gotta play the PlayStation version where the background is 240p and the character models are 240p. So everything respects the same pixel grid and it actually looks cohesive. Yeah. Anyway.
3D games. They've probably aged worse than any other era.
I'm glad that he's willing to say this though, that it's like he's being a little nice about it live, but now his voice recording is like, yeah, it looks like shit.
Of games, but that's part of their charm. It looks especially cool when a game like this is set in such a foreign-looking land. I don't know, it's hard to explain why.
Midgar is a very
so
unique
looking
place.
Yes. At all, though, as it appeared I was on an urgent mission.
Like there's part of the reason that FF7 is held in such high regard is because yes, like Midgar is such a cool fucking setting, dude.
Of some kind. I'm with a group that seems to be somewhere they're not supposed to be.
Okay, so we're into a battle now. We're looking very different in battle. Whoa, okay. So this is not turn-based. Okay, so it looks like I have a certain amount of time before I can attack again. I assume they do too, obviously. So there is a...
People like to say that ATB is not turn-based because they don't wait for you, but it is literally turn-based in the sense that there is a queue and turns only happen one turn at a time. You know what I mean?
Real-time component,
like it's
but
literally
not
turn-based.
A fully real-time system.
But yeah, there's a real-time component to it.
Running into some battles. It seems like
Just
the
like
game
you said.
features turn-based battles with a real-time component. After executing a move, you've got to wait for this meter to recharge before you can make your next move. At first glance, it reminded me a bit of Chrono Trigger. Now, I've always really enjoyed turn-based battle systems. I mean,
it's basically like the exact same thing as Chrono Trigger, yeah.
not to everyone's liking, but as someone who grew up on Pokemon, taking turns is how I cut my RPG teeth.
Here's what I'll say. I need to look into other games a little bit more, like FF9, FF8, Chrono Trigger, but I feel like FF7 has the ATB system on FF7 is
so finely tuned. It feels so good to like get good at. I probably only say that though because I speedrun FF7 and so I know the ATB system better than the other ones. But like, man, ATB feels really good in FF7. The way that you can hold versus like just how much control you have over when time moves and weight tricking and that kind of stuff.
Real-time battling is more common today, but I was excited at the chance to engage with something a little more old school in
So he's playing on PS5, we can tell because of the achievement.
nature. Before long, the boisterous Barrett joined my party, making battles a little bit easier.
The way that I'm navigating around these pre-rendered backgrounds, it's again, I think it's very cool and obviously a product of the time, but sometimes it's almost a little difficult to decipher what it is I can actually walk on or climb on and what is just sort of set dressing, especially given that the perspectives are shifting so much.
Yeah, so he's totally right here. This is the thing about this game, that like after you play the game a lot, you start to take for granted. But like on this screen, pressing up on the D-pad doesn't move you up. It moves you in this direction, right? That's up, and this is down, right? And then left and right is curved this way, right? So like you've got this shift on the D-pad, and what's great is that every screen is different. Every screen is so different that in some screens, like Tifa's house, for example, this way is up. In Tifa's house, pressing up sends you that direction. So yeah, like if you're not super familiar with the game, that's gonna fuck with you all the time.
It's very varied, which is really interesting.
The group pushed further into what seemed to be some kind of facility, likely very important given how much security there is. All of these fights were very easy so far, but we couldn't accomplish the mission without a little more pushback.
Here
All
it
right,
comes.
we'll see if he gets tricked by the dialogue here
Oh
into attacking when the tail is up.
My. Wow, I don't even
We'll see how he deciphers Barrett's line here.
know exactly what that thing is, but I guess I should attack it. I mean, at this point, it doesn't seem like I have a ton of options. I'm assuming by just attacking and being, you know, consistent and diligent, I can take down just about any enemy. I guess I should try some magic. Barrett doesn't seem to have access to any magic moves right now, but Cloud does, so let's see how this does.
I don't think they changed the line. Oh, he skipped over it.
Man, okay. Oh, we got him. I think. Okay. Okay, all right.
I think the same thing on bosses. Whenever the boss starts to die, I'm not an early celebrator. In fact, it even kind of diffuses all of my boss victories in games that I never believe that I'm done. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what games did this to me, but whenever I beat a boss, instead of celebrating, I spend the entire adrenaline period, the entire dopamine period, actually just sitting there bracing for phase 2 or phase 4 or whichever one. I'm just braced for the next phase, and then by the time I've realized that, like, yes, the boss is actually over, all the dopamine has already passed, you know?
All right, not too bad.
After the fight was finished, a timer started counting down from 10 minutes. It appears we've activated a bomb of some kind. Not gonna lie, it seems like this gang may have some terroristic intentions. The various perspective shifts of each screen are so interesting to look at. It reminds me of the pre-rendered nature of early Resident Evil
dude,
games.
pre-rendered
It's
fixed
so
camera
interesting that
angles,
in
it's
this
good stuff.
era of video games, the technology hadn't caught up to the grand ideas of developers. The remake of this game is likely what the team was envisioning when they made this original version.
I don't
They
know
could
if I
make a
agree. I feel like the technology gave them new ideas, right? Like I've always kind of disagreed with that idea that, like, oh, the developers couldn't do what they wanted to do. I don't think so. I think they saw the power of PlayStation and they had new ideas that they never had before, you know?
Yeah.
version more challenging for the player, but again, there's just something I love about the rudimentary graphical style on display here.
Girl, you gotta get up. Whoa. Wow. Oh my god. It's quite an explosion we've triggered. The city is so...
One thing I guess I wonder about, I'm not sure if... I wonder how much older Final Fantasy he's played, right? Because I think somebody's perspective, if somebody's playing FF7 for the first time, their perspective would be a lot different, I feel. Well, he did say he's played Chrono Trigger. So, like, that's the thing, is if you keep Chrono Trigger in mind when you play this, I think it's a very different experience from if you're keeping FF7 Remake in mind or FF16 in mind. You know what I mean?
interesting, the way that it's constructed.
Like
Well,
mentally moving forward rather than moving back, which is something I always try to do when I play an old game. Anytime that I play an old game that I haven't played before, or even ones that I have, I try to always put myself into the mindset of like, it is 1997 and this game is brand new, you know? And I kind of pretend that that's the setting that I'm in, and I feel like that helped. That I don't know. That's just, it's part of my enjoyment of games. It kind of like makes me appreciate him from that like at least attempt to appreciate him from that perspective. Said it was a Nintendo kid. Yeah. And mentioned Chrono Trigger. Yeah.
To do that, the group flees the explosion and heads into the city of Midgar. It's a place that seems kind of depressing. Don't get me wrong, it's
I'm a
strangely
method gamer.
cozy,
Yeah,
but
you
I don't
got
know,
it.
The vibes are a little oppressive. It's not long before Cloud is pursued by some kind of police force, which of course means that the only logical move is jumping onto a train to rejoin with Barrett and the others.
I feel like that's very in line with the times, you know, like Terminator 2. When did Terminator 2 come out? What year was that? 1991 even? This came out in 91, dude. That's a little older than I thought. I thought it was a little later than that. But yeah. I always think like the action scene of jumping onto a train to get away, very movie-like. And that's kind of what I mean when I say I feel like I feel like the new technology of the PlayStation gave them ideas, you know, of like, man, we can have a scene where like he jumps on a train and escapes.
Is jumping onto a train to rejoin with Barrett and the others.
And we can
On the
have
train,
these
I learned
cinematic
that we've
camera
blown up
angles.
A reactor of some kind. They provide the city with electricity, which you'd think we'd want, but it sounds like the reactors are draining energy and polluting the air. Apparently, Midgar exists under a much more opulent city above ground. This place is for the have-nots, if you will. It's a low-quality life under heavy surveillance down here, so I guess we're trying to do something about that.
Link's Awakening.
Wow.
That was Link's Awakening is like the first game that I ever owned. I like personally, you know, we had like family games, but then I remember I got a Game Boy and I got Link's Awakening as like a gift to me, and this was the first game that was ever mine, you know? So yeah.
There's so much
Loved
cool architecture in the game so far. I love the idea of this sort of city with this giant, you know, dome of sorts over it, this sort of underground city, or this isolated city severed off from the outside world. It's very fascinating, and there's just a lot of really cool looking buildings and mechanisms. It's a very interesting place, Midgar.
Yeah.
After the train ride,
I'm very glad to hear that from a new player, because yeah, I think Midgar is a super unique setting, super cool.
got a chance to see our hideout, located in a hidden chamber beneath a bar of some kind. Now, it appears that Cloud is essentially just a gun for hire, seemingly disinterested in the well-being of these other people. However, the bartender here is a woman named Tifa, who appears to be a childhood friend of Cloud's. She decides to join us for our next mission, destroying another reactor. What could possibly go wrong?
It's funny, there's a line of the dialogue here that always really confused me as a kid. When Tifa asks Cloud, "Did you fight with Barrett?" And if you say yeah, she says something like, "Oh yeah, it's been like that since we were kids," or like always getting into fights. It's been like that since we were kids. And what she means is that Cloud is always getting into fights with people. Cloud is difficult to get along with.
you know, and he's always getting into fights with people. But as a kid, I interpreted it as Barrett and Cloud have always been fighting since they were kids, and it really confused me about the relationships between the characters.
The gang
That moment right there in the soundtrack, these bells is literally my favorite thing in the entire soundtrack, right? Like, my favorite song is this, my favorite battle theme is that, whatever. But, like, just this moment of this song with these bells is my favorite thing in the whole soundtrack.
The gang hops back on the train to head over to the next reactor. They conduct some kind of identity security check on the train, which doesn't bode well for people who are viewed as domestic terrorists, so we jump off. I'm not sure how well that would typically go for someone, but thankfully this is a video game, so we're fine. So begins the climb down to our next reactor. I've now got 3 party members making battles
Isn't it weird seeing him do things that the speedrun doesn't do?
as manageable as ever. There's something about this type of system that leaves me conflicted. I don't have the full autonomy of a real-time battle system, but the real-time elements that are present impose a certain pressure that wouldn't be present if the fights were entirely turn-based. Does anyone relate to what I'm feeling here? It's very early on, so...
Yeah, and I honestly, when I was younger, I didn't like ATB very much. Especially in, like... And even still, I still don't really like it that much in, like, Final Fantasy IV, where you don't have the bars and you can't see, right? Like, you don't have, like, a visualization of it at all. You don't really have very much control over time versus weight and stuff. One thing about FF7 is it tricks you into putting it on active, because if you pay attention to the tutorial, Cloud says... And this is supposed to come off as show-offy. Cloud says, I always use ATB active. And he says it in a way that's supposed to come off as like Cloud is a show-off. But if you're like me as a kid, you take that to mean, oh, I should play on ATB active. But that makes the game way harder, you know?
there's plenty of time for it to grow on me. After making it to the reactor, Cloud has some sort of vision involving Tifa, whom he opts not to inform about it for now. We need to get out by opening this gate, which for some reason requires the 3 of us to push a button at the exact same time.
Oh yeah.
Did not go very well for me.
The button. Now it...
What is going on here?
It's a little tricky.
I don't understand what's going on here.
I mean, he's understanding it.
That was really close.
That one was close.
No,
Yeah, he understands it.
Man, you gotta be right on.
Oh, that's a
gotta
good
be
one.
it. Okay,
Yeah.
Wow, that was like very difficult.
Finally, we made a break.
So the trick to it, not that I'm telling Wilson this,
Wow.
because of course he's already done it, right? He doesn't care. But the trick to it, right, is that you close the text box and then you have to press circle for the button press, right? You go on the music. Dun 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 dun, and when you close the text box on the downbeat, actually it technically doesn't matter if it's the downbeat or not, depending on how rhythmically inclined you are. But when you close the text box, it is a dotted quarter note later on the background music that you press for the button. So that means that it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, press, right? Press. It's like that. That's like the rhythm of it. For the closing the text box and then hit the button, you'll get it first try every time.
That was like very difficult.
Finally, we made a break for it, but unfortunately for us, the president of Shinra decides to make an appearance. He sends a big old robot after us before flying away at a helicopter.
Yeah. If you close the
Classic
text box
villain
on the
power move.
downbeat, then the button is on the
Okay,
following upbeat.
Here we go, another boss. Okay, all right. Well, he can inflict a lot of damage at once.
Ooh, there was that big shot back attack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this boss is very easy, and like he was even surprised how easy it was. The thing is that you do 5 times damage when you hit this guy's back, and here he big shot him in the back. Big shot for 5 times damage. Yeah, this guy's toast. Oh, we're getting through a life reboot. I did make a mention earlier about like his delivery for the recorded stuff. I think I'm finding to be he's putting on too much of a voice. I agree, but I'm still I'm enjoying the video.
I'm glad it seems to be ending. Whoa. Whoa, we've got ourselves a proper cutscene. Whoa.
But yeah, love all of these. How far are we in?
Oh, wow. Big drop. Okay.
Yo, Rain.
Well,
I tried Final Fantasy VII in 2026.
Inexplicable miracle, Cloud survives by
I will say, as far as this video goes, so far it is a lot more of like a walkthrough than I was expecting, like a story rather than a review. You know what I mean? Like I went into this expecting him to talk in depth about the mechanics and what he thinks of them, but instead it's really just been like a here's what happened in the first 5 hours, and I'm briefly describing the things, but he's not really giving much of an opinion, right? So, it's not really a let's play. It's like a narration of an edited down let's play, right? Like a story rather than a review. So, I was hoping for it to be more opinionated.
This here is Aerith. That's right. I know.
So I'm not sure if we're gonna finish the whole
Fantasy
thing. Like
VII.
I should even ask the question of like should we keep on this video or should we move on? Because it is different than I was expecting. And maybe hopefully he'll get into it later.
Oh, her name is Eris? Okay, well, I guess I don't know much of anything. While I'm talking about names, what kind of name is Cloud? You'd think if you were to name your character after a thing, you'd pick something a little more aggressive. Fork, perhaps? Anyway, it's not long before some soldiers notice
I've always liked the name Cloud.
This church in pursuit, so Eris joins Cloud in running away from them. We managed to escape the church by jumping out of a hole in the roof.
I feel like that was a swing and a miss on a joke, the fork joke.
And the scale in this game is a little strange. In an effort to escape the Turks, Eris
heel
invites us
toe
back to her
or
house.
slide. I'm not really good enough to necessarily do either. I'm at the point where I use my ankles for singles, right? Like I'm a ankle single kicks kind of guy. I have zero experience with heel toe. I do not get how people heel toe. I haven't put any time into it whatsoever. I think when I get going, sometimes I swivel a little bit. If I was to look into one of those two methods and like really like it's time to drill down, buckle up, and actually practice one of these methods, I would go with swivel technique rather than heel toe. There's also a technique called it's called like constant release or something like that. That seems really good also. I feel like I've seen there's some drummer that I saw do it a bunch. And it also seems very, very good. But that one is like it's like a very exaggerated rock back and forth, and like there's a kick up and a kick down, I think, or something. Yeah. Ceaseless discharge. That's what it's called. But yeah, I like the idea of swivel with singles more than I like the idea of doubles with heel toe. That's what I'll tell you. But, I'm not one of those people that says that heel toe is cheating, though.
Headed to her house, giving me a chance to check out some of the life here in the sector. It was cool to see, but after a while, I realized that I actually didn't know where I was supposed to go. I entered every doorway I could see, but no luck. I even found the outskirts of Midgar, which was really cool to see, but still, no house.
See, I like this kind of thing. I think this kind of thing is really immersive in a game. Like it really gets you to take everything in when you don't know where to go for a minute, you know?
Okay, over here. Oh, okay. So if I press the touchpad, it illuminates me, obviously, but then it also...
Oh, when I said singles versus doubles, what I'm referring to is singles means you're kicking right, left, right, left, right, left. Doubles means you're kicking right, right, left, left, right, right, left, left. And so heel toe is a doubles technique. Right, right, left, left, right, right, left, left, right, right, left, left. But I think when people swivel, they're always doing singles. Right, left, right, left, right, left. And that's what I would be more interested in.
shows a red arrow.
Okay.
Touchpad, it illuminates me, obviously, but then
yeah, when I was younger, I always played with the arrows on. In fact, even when I started speedrunning, I played with the arrows on until Popo came in the chat and was like, "What's with the ugly arrows?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I probably don't need these anymore." And I turned them off and never turned them on again.
Also shows
unless I'm doing playground skip.
A red arrow, I assume, at any point of interest, anything that I can enter into or exit out of is highlighted. That's very helpful. I haven't been using that, but that was very assistive in figuring out what it is I'm supposed to be doing right now.
Once inside, Eris introduced me to her mother and invited me to stay the night before taking me back to Tifa's bar.
Man, all the comments on this are going to be about Eris's name, aren't they? If we just take a little bit of a peek down here, how many comments does it take for someone to mention Eris? Okay, maybe it's a little bit longer than I thought. Okay. It's a little bit longer than I thought. Hey, I'm proud of them. I'm proud of everybody. Good job.
Next day. Sounds like a good plan, but Eris's mom requests that I sneak off in the middle of the night as to avoid putting Eris in danger. Alright, sure, I can do that. The only issue is that in order to escape, I've got to sneak downstairs without alerting
Have I heard the
Eris.
voice they
Easier
used for
said
Red
than
in the
done.
remake? No. Was there a cut there? Because the music sounded
Done.
really weird. Okay, I think he crossfaded the audio and then spliced the video, so it made the music sound really weird. Okay.
I don't really know what I did to get caught the first time. I moved too quickly, I guess?
Oh, he ran.
Man. Oh boy. What am I doing? I don't understand what I'm doing to
That time he's
make
too close.
noise.
But see what I like the immersion
Go out the
though.
window, maybe?
Like, I don't know. I feel like you feel like you're Cloud. Oh, he's using the sticks. You're right. He's probably playing with an analog stick, and it's getting all fucked up. Please, for the love of God, exclusivity is a good thing. Play the game on the system it was made for.
What is going on? Does she not get the hint at this point that I don't want to be here anymore?
Now watch him
Guess I started
accidentally do
even
playground
slower
skip.
this time. Okay, it's not...
This is because he's too close. For anyone wondering, there's two rules. You cannot get too close to her door, and you cannot run.
speed-based.
I played Tomb Raider on PS1.
But I don't. I mean, it's not how fast.
the first two games I
don't know
played
what
on
it is. Maybe there are
PS1.
particular spots on the ground I'm not supposed to walk over, but I don't know what those could be. I don't see anything on the floor that would indicate that I'm walking over something that I shouldn't. I don't understand. Oh. Okay, I have absolutely no idea why that worked. I'm paranoid that I'm gonna wake up her mom now. I don't know where she sleeps. Thank God I'm out of there. Let me save the game.
That's funny to see,
ensure
though.
that I
Like,
never have to do that again.
something that we all
I have
know
no
how
clue
that
what I
works.
was doing wrong there. Please feel free to enlighten me. Ultimately, there was little point in bothering with that, as Eris just snuck off ahead of me.
Man, that was good
Ultimately,
movement
there
here. Whoa, look at it. Did you? I was gonna say it did look like he was using the D-pad at the end there because his movement was really smooth. And then look how good his movement was around this
Little
corner.
point in bothering with that, as Eris just snuck off ahead of me. I don't know how she did that, but whatever. Eris insists on sticking with me, so onward we push together. Eventually, we made it to a playground of some sort, where we saw who appeared to be Tifa being carted along by a chocobo. I guess we probably need to follow her. The search led us to a seedy part of town, with all manner of interesting denizens, including a mansion that doesn't accept men. A lot of interesting things to see here,
Alright,
but after a while, it dawned
I'm
on me
speeding
that
this
once
up a
again,
little
I
bit.
was lost. And I've gotta say, I kinda liked it. Modern games, for the most part, don't allow you to get genuinely lost. This is ultimately a good thing, but there's something charming about a retro game that hadn't smoothed out those navigational rough edges yet. You just had to keep exploring until you figured out where you needed to go.
Yeah, I think that the exploration is I think it's very immersive. This exploration, like, it gets me to put myself into the character, and like I feel like I'm touching everything in the environment. You know, I'm like running my hands on the beds and stuff. You know what I mean? Like I get into a mindset that's very immersed when I'm looking, when I'm really just like looking for
Now, I'd ordinarily
clues.
be tempted to just look this solution up, but when filming a video, I'm not allowed to use the internet as a resource.
Yeah, you shouldn't use the internet as a resource on your own either, but hey, I'm glad you at least do it for your videos.
So I
Or have the
wandered
rule for your videos, I mean.
and wandered and wandered.
Oh, okay. So I just need to talk to that one NPC, who in fairness, I did not speak to, but it can be.
Yeah, and so like the mentality for this kind of thing shouldn't be like, oh, I just had to talk to that one NPC the whole time, right? The mentality should be, I've spoken to everybody in Wall Market. I have a great feeling, or I have a great idea of what this place is about. You know what I mean? I've talked to the people, and they all had things to say to me that had to do with the vibe of this place. You know what I mean? And like now we're immersed.
A little frustrating when there's, one specific thing that you need to do, and if you don't do that, you're not going to make any progress, so you just kind of have to find the needle in the haystack. Of course, there were only so many options here. This isn't that big of a space, but it feels very retro for sort of these obstacles that you have to pass in a very specific way.
Yeah, finding the right NPC can occasionally feel like finding a needle in a haystack, but again, that's just the nature of a retro game like this.
Right, and like, again, the time that you're spending finding the right NPC, you're getting all this great other stuff. You're getting all this great other dialogue. You're meeting all these great other characters.
Can be annoying in the moment, but strangely nostalgic in hindsight. It turns out that we need to get inside this women-only mansion, so
Like, I don't think it's nostalgia that makes this good game design, but maybe I'm crazy.
we do dress up like a woman, of course. Looking good. Now that I looked incredibly convincing, I was granted access inside the mansion, along with Eris. After finding Tifa, we meet Don Corneo, a man very taken with a female form. He splits the three of us up before we can do anything productive, forcing us to contend with all of the, eager men in this place.
Oh god. Oh my god.
So, by the way, this is why in the speed run, we do everything we need to do to get Cloud chosen, because this takes too long.
Oh. This is scary. This is really a frightening scenario.
I revealed my true identity and busted out my sword. Kind of a random thought here, but I'm really enjoying Final Fantasy VII soundtrack.
Neo Fusion.
I think the only track I've recognized is the one from the opening credits, but they feel strangely nostalgic regardless. If I played this game as a kid, I suspect I'd be just as taken with these tracks as I am with those from a game like Ocarina of Time. I finally got the group back together, who got Dawn talking by threatening his little Dawn, as it were. He tells us that Shinra is planning to crush an entire sector of Midgard to wipe out Avalanche, our militia group, and place the blame on us as well. It's
Threatening his little Dawn. See, that's the issue with something that they did change in the translation.
is even more
This
corrupt
is something
than
that
we
drives me
realized. After giving us
nuts
this info,
about this translation is in the original, they're talking about chopping off, ripping off, or crushing his balls, right? But in the PC version, for whatever reason, they changed it to chopping off, ripping off, or crushing his dick, right? They changed the plurality of them to it, and then it makes it sound like his dick, which is like, it makes less sense. I feel like it's less threatening. I don't know. I don't like it. I like, if in the Japanese version it's more vague. Well, in English, I feel like it's a lot more threatening to crush someone's balls than their
drops us into
penis.
The sewers. You've got to love a good sewer. Not sure why video games are so taken with sewers, but man, is there a more reliable level than one of these bad boys? Battle-wise, I felt largely on autopilot at this point. I'd yet to lose a single character in a fight, so there wasn't much reason for concern. I will say though, I can see why we've largely moved beyond random encounters. They don't bother me much, and generally level.
Both sound rough, but if Tifa says to you, I'll crush your balls, or Tifa says to you, I'll crush your penis, crush your dick, which one are you going to take your chance with? I'm taking my chance with the penis. Because like I've already gone through this before, but there's a chance that she could be talking about a good thing, right? It could be interpreted as pleasurable, right? But when we're talking about crushing balls, it's 100% going to be a problem, right? But with the penis, right, she might be crushing it with her boobs.
you up faster, but the pre-rendered nature of these environments were often getting me turned around. Not a big deal, but it gets old when you're stumbling onto another random encounter every 20 steps. Eventually, I managed to get back to home base, where things are not looking good.
Train graveyard's a little hard to navigate. Yes.
Whoa! Oh my god. People seem to be very good at surviving insane falls in this game. This is feeling very much like a boss fight, so here we go.
That's kind of an anime thing. There's no such thing as falling to your death in anime.
Wow.
Oh yeah, there's the crit electromag rod that just blinds you. That's an effect made for a CRT.
Good lord. This seems pretty manageable at this point. I mean, oh, where did he go? Oh.
If I have one complaint and big criticism of Final Fantasy VII, it is in general too easy. And we're seeing it right here. He's surprised that the boss is already dead, you know? Same thing happened on Airbuster.
What was cutscene down, baby? Whoa. Not good. Not good. Whoa. The shifts between cinematics and gameplay in this game are crazy. This is not good. Whoa. Wow. Man. Oh my god, so many people are about to die.
So,
wow.
as far as this whole part goes, I feel like this is an interesting part of the game. Because as an adult, you can actually interpret what's happening here, you know? As a kid, I didn't really get it, you know? I knew a lot of people died, but as a kid, I didn't really have like much what's really like the word? Like I didn't really have very much emotional investment, you know? And so I was always just like, yeah, a bunch of people died, cool, you know? Is sort of like the way that I was. But like, yeah, when you play it as an adult, you kind of have a lot more appreciation for kind of the picture they're painting about Shinra.
That is insane. I cannot believe that. Wow. Damn. What an evil guy.
Man, dark stuff. The retro, chibi style of the character models makes this game appear as though it's for children, but there's a lot of mature subject matter here. The sector had fallen, likely costing hundreds or thousands of lives.
Does the style make it appear that it's for children? I can't help but just fully disagree with that. I don't want to just like disagree. My intention here isn't to disagree with everything, but I do think that the idea that retro graphics means it's for kids is very silly.
Barrett, Tifa, and Cloud made it out, but the rest of the group appears to be dead. Eris had been kidnapped by Shinra, but managed to secure safety for Marlene, Barrett's daughter, before her capture.
So far playing this game, what has me the most compelled, the most engaged is the story. I mean,
and by the way, also, I also feel like the dialogue in this game should, in general, have kind of clued in that it's a very adult game, writing-wise, much earlier on, you know? Like, even just, like, Cloud and Barrett talking in the train about, like, the nature of the slums versus above the plate. Like, Barrett's whole mission as a person, right? About this whole, like, class divide. The fact that the game is about the class divide between the elites on top of the plate versus, like, all of the poor that are under the plate. And yeah, just the whole like eco-terrorism and stuff. Like, I feel like in the first 20 minutes, you know, you kind of realize like, oh, this isn't a kid's game.
narrative is really interesting. The writing feels...
But but I'll tell you, he is saying that the writing's good, you know? Like, he's talking about how the most interesting thing to him so far is the story. So I'm glad to hear that.
So far playing this game, what has me the most compelled, the most engaged is the story. I mean, the narrative is really interesting. The writing feels of its era, you know, it feels a little antiquated. The overarching...
I wonder if he's talking about Tifa saying retard right there. Do you think that's what he's talking about when he says the writing's a little antiquated? Do you think he was thinking about that specifically? Or I mean, I guess there's a lot. I guess there's a bunch of other things rather than just that. There's also like, I mean, there's just a good amount of generally that kind of stuff.
Narrative itself seems very compelling to me, very unique. It's very refreshing, and it just, I don't know, it few like a lot has transpired in just the first few hours of the game. It feels like there's a lot.
Oh, wait a second. He's not even at that part yet. He's not even to that part yet. However, here's the thing though, is this isn't the first time. If he, you know, the guards that you do guard skip around, the guards that you guard skip around, if you talk to one of them, they also say it.
Obviously, I'm very compelled to see where the story goes from here, which is, you know, certainly in any story, I suppose, something that you want, but certainly in a video game, we often have stories that are particularly strong, and in the RPG genre, I feel like narrative carries a lot of the burden, it shoulders a lot of the weight of compelling the player to keep going, so very, you know, Final Fantasy VII seems to be doing a very good job with that so far.
Back at Eris's home, we find Marlene and learn that Elmyra isn't actually Eris's mother. Eris's real mom was what's known as an ancient, meaning that Eris is really important and desired by Shinra. The group decides to stage a rescue by heading to Shinra Tower.
Whoa.
Looks like the only way to get up to this tower is with a classic climb. Little did I know that I'd soon be faced with perhaps my biggest video game challenge in recent memory.
The stairs? Oh.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was making a joke about the stairs, but nah, we're on this part. Yeah. You just have to hit the button just after the squeak. But Cloud tells you if you were too early or too late.
Jump! Oh, yeah. Why is it that I can only get him to do it when I don't want him to jump? Oh, no. Why did you do it now? Oh my god, I sped the game up by 3 times? What? Oh my god. Please jump. Oh! Oh.
He must have been gripping his controller
no.
really tight and
I really
accidentally
wish he
turned
would
the
stop saying
booster
that. I
on. That's
understand.
funny.
Oh! Oh.
I just couldn't get it, man. I couldn't get it. Eventually, I realized that you need to only press X once the dialogue pops up, making the jumping more predictable. With that understood, I got it on my
Like, you clear the dialogue, and then the next time you press the button, he jumps.
next try. Just kidding.
Jump too soon? Alright, I'm gonna try to jump when it's at the leftmost point. I can't believe this is taking me this long. Nope, that's not gonna work. Nope. Alright, here we go. This is gonna do it. No. I don't understand. And again, I don't look anything up while I'm filming for a video like this, so if there's...
You don't need to look anything up, you just need to time it right. And by that, I mean, like... Okay, so listen. You said you're gonna try to jump on it when it's at its leftmost point. And when you did that, the feedback you got from the cloud was jumped too late. So do it a little bit sooner then. Next time, try just a little bit sooner. And then if he still says too late, then do it a little bit sooner than that. Find a visual cue in the back, any visual cue, line it up to that, and then see if the feedback is too early or too late, and then adjust.
A clear strategy that works. I'm not going to let myself see it, so I gotta continue with my own intuition and gaming sensibilities, which don't seem to be serving me very well.
And I'm just saying, the idea of looking it up is ridiculous.
Right now. Oh! What?
There you go.
Good lord, I can't remember the last time I struggled with such a simple task so much. I'm not sure if the comments of this video will be filled with affirmation or ridicule, but I could not figure that out, and if I had to do it again, it would probably take me another 15 minutes. Thankfully, I didn't, as we made it up to the tower. That doesn't mean I didn't have 60 flights of stairs ahead of me, but at this point, I'll take anything that isn't jumping onto a swinging bar.
There you go. He did take the stairs.
Eventually, we made it up closer to the floor on which we needed to be, but the last few floors required both chatting and battling to get the necessary keycards. After sneaking into a bathroom vent, we were able to spy on a Shinra meeting where they discussed their research on Eris. Sounds like we've got a lot of evil plans to foil.
So I've made it 5 hours into the game at this point, and I have to say I'm feeling very compelled, I think is the best word.
Oh, right. I forgot that the hourly... I forgot about the whole hourly premise here.
Describe it. From a gameplay perspective, you know, the game certainly shows its age. This is a game I think originally released in 1997. It's almost 30 years old, so of course there's some level of antiquation. I think turn-based RPGs have had the luxury of aging relatively smoothly compared to some other more real-time based games because it comes down to button inputs, which doesn't really age very much. So the battle system itself doesn't really feel as old as it actually is.
Oh, yeah. And let me tell you something, Wilson. The battles feel way better on PlayStation, where your menu and your inputs are 60 FPS instead of 15 on the PC version.
Doesn't really age very much, so the battle system itself doesn't really feel as old as it actually is. I think the narrative, again,
And without double input glitch.
and you can feel where the writing and the presentation of the narrative have aged, but it's just a very compelling storyline. I really genuinely want to see what happens next. I'm very, very curious to see how things unfold. So despite the undeniable age of this game, I think the bones
Yeah, he probably can't hear me.
skeletal structure are still very solid and leave me wanting more. So at this point, 5 hours in, I mean, I'm finding myself, excited to hopefully continue the journey.
And so the thing is, like, after 5 hours, he hasn't even gotten to the world map yet. There's an entire game that he has yet to begin,
See what happens next.
It's been fascinating to play what's widely considered to be a true
Okay, here we go. It's time to get into the conclusions.
Excited to hopefully continue the journey and see what happens next.
It's been fascinating to play what's widely considered to be a true classic of the medium without an ounce of nostalgia coloring my perception. Final Fantasy VII is clearly old, and with that comes some undeniable rust. And yet, that rust added a charm to the game. I'll never forget trying to jump on this godforsaken swinging thing. Add to that a compelling...
This is a very important thing that he just said.
And yet,
The
that
swing?
rust added a charm to the game. I'll never forget
This swing thing that he struggled with a whole bunch, what does he say about it? I love this.
the game. I'll never forget trying to jump on this godforsaken swinging thing.
He will never forget it. I think that that's a hugely important thing about playing games in general, right? If you just looked up this swing, or somebody in Twitch chat told you, oh, just jump after the squeak, you wouldn't remember. You would never remember this, because when somebody just tells you what to do, or you just look up what to do, it stops being a challenge and it begins being a chore. And then once the chore is over with, you forget about it. You know what I mean? And so that's why I have such a hard stance against backseating, against looking things up, right? And that kind of thing, is because it just removes challenges, it removes puzzles, it removes things from the game and replaces them with a checklist of chores that then you will just forget about in a month, because you never had, like, you didn't complete the mental process of getting over the hump and then completing it, Never forget that one screen where you have to run on the pink girder and getting attacked by the houses a million times. Pink girder? Oh, yes. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. You're talking about the junkyard screen.
Add to that a compelling story and interesting world, and you've got an adventure that I may not yet love, but would certainly love to continue.
Well,
If you
good.
enjoyed this video, why not check out
I'm
another
glad
one? If
he'll
you really enjoyed
continue
this
it.
video, you can become a
I think
patron or
some of
channel
his
member.
conclusions were pretty good. I thought the video was all right. This the presentation of the video isn't really my style. I was hoping that it was going to be more analytical, and more about criticism. And by that I don't mean like complaining. I just mean like more about more in depth about his opinions and why he thinks what he thinks, rather than just kind of like a story time of here's what happened, So that's kind of more what I was looking for. And also, I think he falls into a lot of traps. A lot of the traps that people say about retro games in general, such as like the art style looking like it's for kids, or the idea that retro games are for kids, right, and that kind of thing. That kind of falls into some of those traps.
To help us
but
make more. Thank you so much for watching.
Some
I'll
of
see you next time.
the things that he said, as far as his mentality in playing games, I think was very good, and I agreed with, and some of it, and overall, I did enjoy. I enjoyed watching it, and I enjoyed giving you guys my 2 cents about it. So there we go. How about that? All right. What time is it? 8:30? It's 8:30. Should we play Mario 2J? Yeah. The soundtrack was like the first thing that he mentioned, Moofree. Yeah, soundtrack was stated to be very good. You guys know about Mario 2, the original? No input switching. Where's the cat? There has not been a lot of cat action today. But yeah. Do you guys know about Mario 2 Famicom disk system? They say that the game is too hard for Americans, but I think that the real reason that this game didn't come out in the US is because Nintendo thought that it would look too antiquated to the American audience. As in, like, video games in America were just coming off of the video game crash, you know? And so I think Nintendo's mentality was that, yeah, Mario Bros. Was a big hit, but then if we come out with Mario Bros. 2 and it's just the same game with new levels, people are going to be like, what the hell is this? That's all they got, just the same game again. So I think that that's more why they instead took a different game that is like, it's got better graphics, it's got better soundtrack, or like more complex soundtrack, you know? It's got multiple characters with different abilities, you know? Boom, this is a sequel, you know? Get excited about it. But yeah, the original Mario 2, though, came on a disc. Do you guys know about the Famicom disk system? The floppy disk add-on to the Famicom, which is the Japanese NES. And so you may have not seen. Oh, and then that's also probably part of the other reason, Bearded Croc, yes, is that also this game is on the disk system, not on a cartridge. And, you know, so it was probably a simpler port to not have to like figure out how to fit it onto a cartridge or whatever. But all right. Let's hook it up, shall we? I can do the letter levels, Tylo. I've got them unlocked. It's been a while though, so I don't know how long it's gonna take. Okay, switching mics. How about now? Mic check. Yeah. Okay, how about now? Okay. So this mic, it doesn't sound quite as good as this mic, but it's wireless. It's way more convenient for the retro setup. So all right, here we go. I can, like, with this mic, I can talk while I'm setting up. So real quick, I just gotta fix this camera. There it is. All right. So up here, we've got the AV Famicom, which has original Mario in it, as we played the other day. But then just below it down here is the disk system. And so what you do is there is this thing. So this thing plugs into the back of the FDS, and then it has a cartridge input that plugs into the Famicom. So boom, now they're connected together. So like it's still the Famicom that sends out the AV and has like all those parts in it, and then this thing is just it's just connected to it. All right, and then I gotta plug in the power though. So let me find the power adapter for this thing. I actually don't know where I put it because it is That's the Super Nintendo power. Oh, here it is. So since the systems are Japanese also, they are expecting a 100-volt outlet. So I got these little transformers that plug into our outlet and then convert to, and then they have an outlet on them that convert to 100 volts. So I need two of them because both the Famicom and the FDS both need power. So down here, I don't know if you can really see, but the glow is the transformer. So then plug in the second one. Go. There we go. Now we got both of them. It's all the same. I've heard that it actually will function without the change, but you know, I think it'll slowly ruin it, right? Or at the very least, here's the other thing about it, is that extra power needs to go somewhere. And you know where it's probably going to go? It's probably going to go in out the speakers. And so you know, it's like some of it you're going to be hearing a buzzing. Real quick, I got to move my HDMI cable to the upscaler. Because the system goes RGB video into the PVM, and then the PVM goes RGB out into the upscaler, and then that's how you guys get to see it and hear it. Is it 9 volt? Yeah, I'm not actually sure. 1 second here. All right, I think I'm all set up here. And so now, here we go. No? Not set up yet? That looked like it was on 16:9 mode. Hang on, what did I do wrong? Power. All right, I was hoping to give you guys something to look at while I ran to pee, but now I have to troubleshoot, and I can't troubleshoot while I have to pee, so I'll be right back. Okay. I figured out the problem. I was playing Nintendo upstairs, and so I took the AV cable. All right, so that plugs in right here and right here. Okay. Oh yeah, I had it on and everything. Perfect. All right, so check this out. We should be able to hear it. Let me plug my own headphones in though to make sure that like I can hear it, or so that I hear what you guys are hearing. All right, because check this out. I love this. Oh, wait. Why can't we hear it now? Oh boy, why are there so many problems? I was playing regular Nintendo upstairs. This is a Famicom. Upstairs, I got the Nintendo. You know what I mean? Why do I got no audio now? My headphones are plugged in. You guys don't have audio either, right? Why would that be? How many Trinitrons? 2. This one is a PVM 20L2, and then upstairs I've got a consumer grade Sony Wega Trinitron. Okay, what's going on with the audio? Do I have to wiggle this? No? Do I... Oh! Wait a second. Wait, no, this won't be the case, will it? No, I don't think it's that. Hog Nation, thank you. Oh, sorry about I was going for my headphones and I scratched my mic there. Hog Nation, thank you for the 1 year. Yeah, that part's fine. Wow, this turned out to be a disaster, huh? I mean, it does make sound right away, right? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to make sound right away. So like if I put this in, it's gonna not make sound. Right. Okay. Maybe I just have to, actually, you know what? I feel like I've seen this before. And all I need to do is maybe reset the upscaler? So hang on, upscaler off. Upscaler back on.
What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, it should have music right away when you turn it on. All right. And that little pop, was it going back to the Super Nintendo or just Nintendo audio? And then, hey! Oh yeah, dude, there we go. Okay. And then here's my favorite part. You guys got to check out my favorite part. So, once again, game is Super Mario Bros. 2 on one of these babies, and then check out what happens when you actually insert it, right? Listen to this. Oh yeah, dude, I love that. The little doodaloot. All right. Let's get in there. Okay, so now I just got to move the chair and get playing. Whoop. Ah. Okay. So now this game I never speedran. You know, I speedran SMB1 Warpless. This one I never speedran. However, I did play it a lot at one point though, because the game is just awesome. Now the question is, are we sticking with hang on a second. I'm looking for the cover art on my thing here. Oh, here it is. Am I sticking with the keyboard? Yeah, that's the question. Okay, because boom, here we go. And then if we're doing keyboard controls, we better have hand cam. Which I guess will be like how to set this up. I'm mounting it to the other mic. Oh, I guess you can just see me doing that right here. All right. There we go. Mario 2J, they call it. Notice how the HUD in this game, right away they give you this little puzzle of having to bounce this mushroom out. Oh my god, I'm bad at it. Okay, so it has been forever since I've played this, so we'll see how much I remember. I know right here you can get a extra life. Yeah. It's kind of funny the way that like the shell got far enough ahead to where it didn't kill the guys because they hadn't spawned yet, but it still existed in the logic. So then after the enemies spawned in, it was then able to bounce back and get them, you know? All right. Let's go. But yeah, so I do have the letter worlds unlocked, if we get that far. However, it's been long enough since I've played this that I kind of wonder if I'm gonna struggle a whole bunch and not be able to get that far. Oh yeah. Now, also I should change the stream title here. The hell was that? Oh, I put this remote over here. Okay, hang on. Pause this. I don't know if you guys can see Mia down there. Trying to get up here. You can just come up here, Mia. You're welcome. The chair is open for business. Let's go. Get on up here. She just wants to complain instead. Okay, real quick. FDS. The hard one. This is Super Mario Bros. I think on Twitch you just put in the lost levels. Oh, they actually have a 86 version versus a 93 version. Interesting. Okay. There's that. All right. Well, We'll see if Mia decides to actually get up here. So we've got a blooper in the sky. First of all, that's new. This one has a lot more like really tricky stuff in it, like platforms that you have to swing and stuff like that. That makes it so that there's going to be a lot more deaths to like things that I am just not expecting, you know? Because A, I don't remember, and you know, B, it's like just set up that way. Whoop. But when that happens, it's just like, oh, okay, so I get it. So I need to do this jump this way. Oh, that was a little scary. You know what? I'll take this Starman. Oh. You like that? That's kind of what I'm talking about. I didn't expect that jump to be so tight. It was just a lot tighter than I was expecting. Okay, so I think for this part, oh, they're all gonna be bouncing around. Oh man. What am I doing? That was a fucking disaster, man. Waiting for all those Koopas. Alright, get me the Starman again. And then this time, I'll jump way back. There we go. I got the jump properly this time. And then these green springs are odd. So, it's kind of a... something I really like about this game is that, like, the whole... Oh my gosh. The whole green versus red, like, color scheme is something that comes into play a lot more in this game than it did in... Oh, they trap you there. As in, like, you know, the first... Is that a vine that I can't see? Hang on a second. I think that's a vine I can't see. Can we climb this? It made a sound like a vine. Okay, anyway. The thing is, in the first game, there were green Koopas and there were red Koopas. In this game, there's green springs and there's red springs even. And the green springs send you way higher than the red springs do, you know? And then we get into some other stuff later as well. Like there's even so piranha plants are green, right? Well, this game's got red piranha plants also. Oh, okay. I wanted the coins. They tricked me. Had to do a pipe jump there. Surprise pipe jump. Okay. All right. All right. Sure, star me up. This isn't gonna be a trick though, is it? Or like now I need to bounce off something. Ah, there we go. So there's a little trick I did right there. Oh, wait a second, I remember this. You have to... I think there's hidden blocks here, right? Yeah. Maybe the other one's right here. There it is. We can get in here. Or no, it's just so you can jump over. Okay, right. Man, it's been a long time since I played this. You can make that jump down there, I think, if you do a wall jump. But that's, of course, very difficult. Oh yeah, Toons. The oh, do you mean the left wrist? It's pretty good. It's getting a lot better, you know. I think the vine didn't spawn because it was too far to the left on the screen. I didn't expect him to do that. Okay, we're good, we're good. One thing you gotta know about Mario logic is that when Mario collides with an entity, he is considered to have stomped on it just so long as he's moving downward. That's the only thing the game cares about, is if Mario's vertical speed is moving downward, then he stomps the enemy. Now, if the enemy is immune to being stomped, you take damage. But like, oh my gosh, I tried to duck jump right there. But I was holding right when I jumped, so he stood up. Oh, hey, I waited too long to jump right there? Okay, uh-oh. I'm getting the shit kicked out of me here. That was such a stupid first damage to take, though. Yeah, I think there's a mushroom right here, though, isn't there? Yeah. Oh my gosh, why did I jump like that? I should have just ran. I just game overed. Alright, I game overed in World 2 already? Holy shit. This is embarrassing. Yup. It's super rough to collect this power up. Okay, we're just gonna go under all of them. There we go. No problem. And let's just go nice and easy here. Send me like that. Send me over. There we go. We got no problems. No problem. Slide under that guy. Ay. The controller, it's a keyboard controller that I made for Nintendo forever ago. Yeah, so you can play Nintendo with the keyboard. But the thing is, it functions identically to a NES controller, in that it just uses an 8-bit shift register, and so it plugs directly into an NES console. It's just that the buttons are mechanical key switches instead of, membranes. The only other difference, though, is that there are some logic gates implemented in order to prevent up plus down or left plus right inputs as well. But, man, it's been forever since I played this game. I do not really remember these levels. I don't remember the levels at all. Alright. Woo! There we go. Alright, okay. Oh! Yes, that star is a trick. Because if you don't take that star, man, you can kick the Koopa shell instead and get a life. Okay, don't fall for this now, though. Alright. Then... Oh! Okay. So if you read my inputs right there, you would see that I just got the bug. I don't know if it's a bug, but it's a thing in the game where if you try to shoot a fireball while Mario is halfway off the top of the screen, it doesn't shoot a fireball. You can shoot fireballs when he's on screen, of course, and if Mario is completely off the top of the screen, he can shoot a fireball down into the screen, but if his sprite is halfway off the top of the screen, you cannot shoot a fireball. Boom, alright. Shouldn't have any problems with the castle this time. I made a lot of very stupid mistakes last time. This time, not so much. Watch this. We're gonna duck jump so that we land that properly. Then, pick me up a firepower. I think I have to, there we go. I had to clip into the block in order to get it. That's kind of complicated to explain, but like if you press directionally, you press away from the block while you're going up to it, Mario is able to clip into it a little bit, and then that makes it easier to grab fire flowers that are kind of high up like that. Alright. Now, let's get a better hand cam going. I just realized I can just go grab a different thing and make it way better. Oh, there's my headphone plug. Okay. Now we can take this down like that. It'll be like a tiny bit annoying to have this cable here, but it shouldn't be too bad. Right? Or are those famous last words? Boom, there we go. How about that for hand cam? That's way better. Now I am kind of looking past this camera a little bit, but well, it's fine. Whoop. And I think it must be in World 4 that we first start seeing red piranha plants. Oh, I thought they were tricking me right here, but I'm thinking of World 5. In World 5, there's like a staircase that looks like a level end, but it's not. Oh, yeah. And you know what's funny is, so, a lot of people who played this game in the US, the version that they're familiar with is from All-Stars, right? Mario All-Stars, the Super Nintendo game, was when we first were able to play this. But this is the actual 8-bit original. And the big difference between the two, besides the graphics, of course, is that, the All-Stars version, they actually made it so that if you game over, you can continue from the level that you left off on. So, like, you lose the checkpoint within the level, but you still continue from that level. This one works more like the original game, where you continue from the beginning of the world, if you game over. So it's substantially harder for that reason. And there is a little bit of a difference in design, though, where the original game, right, the original Mario, by default, if you just press start, like you game over, you press start, you're actually back to 1-1, not back to the beginning of the world that you were from. However, if you hold A when you press one-player game, or two-player game, then it will actually continue you from the world that you left off on. And so this game, they just changed the design a little bit, where they made it just the norm that you continue from the world that you left off in, instead of the beginning of the game without like a special code, you know? So that was definitely part of like the clear design of making this one harder, you know? I have a general rule for maze castles in this game, which is that the correct answer to the maze castle, and honestly, this will get you through the maze every time. The correct answer to the maze is always whichever path is the hardest. Whichever path is the most difficult to perform is going to be the hardest one. Or, sorry, the most difficult to perform is going to be the correct one. Jump, jump, jump. All right. I could have just sailed over his head right there, I guess. Yeah, 6 hours into Crimson Desert, getting good. Yeah. I've heard that the patches for the game so far have been really well received as well. Also, did you guys notice that? At the end of the castle, I think it's... Oh, uh-oh. Which one is it? The last one, okay. Gotta remember that. Oh! I pressed A way too early there. Yeah. What I meant was the correct path in the castle is always like the one that's the hardest. I have to remind myself, okay, so that's a poison shroom, so we don't have to stop here if we need firepower. There we go. So we have to clip into this one. All right. I would love to talk more about clipping, but we don't really have the... There we go. We don't really have the virtue of time here. Oh no! Oh, it's the red piranha. Okay, so red piranha plants are way more aggressive. Firstly, they come up much more frequently, but also they'll come up even if you're on the pipe. They won't come up under your feet and hit you, but they, or sorry, I shouldn't say on the pipe, if you're next to the pipe. If you're pressing up against a pipe, a green piranha plant won't come out of it, but a red piranha plant will. All right, there we go. Oh, I thought that was game over, but nope, we got one more. Oh, shoot. That was just me not being able to navigate down into that hole quickly enough. All right. We just got to do, we got to do 4-1 again, but that's no problem. This is going to be a rough playthrough. I am rusty. But alright, now we know we can just avoid that. I can come over here. I can clip into that. Get that guy. Duck jump. Get me all the way over here. And there we go. Does the disc audibly click as it loads? It does. You can definitely hear it loading. For this game, though, the only time that it has to load is between worlds 1 through 4 and worlds 5 through 8. So like after you beat 4-4, there will be a loading screen. Oh, I jumped right into that. All right. Now is when... Oh, you really got to make that jump, eh? All right. You might be like he was a madman to jump at that, but I did a technique there. Uh-oh. I just kind of screwed myself. Yep, I screwed myself. I did a technique called a buffered jump there. If you are not holding the jump button, if you're not holding A while you make contact with the power-up, and then you begin holding A during the power-up animation, Mario will jump out of the power-up animation as... Oh my gosh, I didn't press A with the correct timing there. Mario will jump out of the power-up animation as if he was on the ground. So you can get a bunch of extra height. Uh-oh. This is a big jump. Oh, okay. There we go, much better. All right, now I got to do the castle in one shot. 'Cause I was dumb. But yeah, so you'll notice me do it a lot where I'll jump at a power-up, but what you might not see me doing is I will release A before I hit it, and then start holding A again during the animation, and you can tell I did it because you hear the jump sound effect again as it result or as I come out of it. Isn't there a power-up right here? No? Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I should have just gone. Got him. Those guys are tricky. Okay, so now we probably have to go up here. And then I think this blocks you, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, right, it blocks you, but it gives you that. And now I can buffer jump. You heard the jump, right? I had to just tank that. Oh, and then the timing there is so tricky with like the freeze. Like I'm trying to do that platforming sequence, but there's that random pause from the power up or from the power down in the middle of it. I got it though. I got it. I may be rusty, but I am you know, I played a lot of Mario. It's loading. It's loading. Look at that long-ass load time. Can you believe it? On my Nintendo. I feel like I remember something coming up here. Like a fun Mario Party trick is coming up in one of these levels. Oh! Here's a party trick. There's a... Oh, it's not there! There's a life right there, but I didn't get the requirements for it. I'll show you what I mean next time. If I game over and we have to do this level again, I guarantee you there's gonna be an extra life right there, and we'll talk about it then. And that'd be another good Koopa to kick. Oh, I thought I was gonna clear that guy. Okay. So check this out. This time, there's gonna be a extra life in that spot that I checked. Here it is. Boom. So why wasn't it there last time? That life is only there. It's the same rules as Mario 1, right? And because this is also the case in Mario 1, if you've ever noticed that the secret lives are sometimes there and sometimes they're not, I think it's the same in this game, but I can say with confidence that the way it works in the first Mario is if you collected all of the coins in the previous -3 level, then the life will be there. Or, alternatively, if you warped to the level or continued your game on that world, then it will be there also, which is why it was there last time, because I continued my game. So, yeah, if you just continued, it'll be there. If you warped to the world from a warp zone, it'll be there. The only other way, though, the way just going through all the levels for it to be there is in the previous -3 level, you have to have collected every coin. I can't remember if this is a good coin or not. Okay, that's a bad shroom. Got it. You know what? Actually, I think good shrooms don't take the level's color palette like that one does. Oh, there was actually a shroom back there, I just remembered. Okay, right. Oh, I'm doing a lot of bad jump inputs. Like I'm jumping too early. I think I'm hitting jump before I hit the ground, which is a big problem. And honestly, you know what that is? It's modern video games fucking with me. Modern video games where you have to account for lag, right? But now we're playing an old school game on a CRT. I don't have to account for lag. So if I press jump 1 frame before I hit the ground, this time that means you weren't on the ground yet, motherfucker. What's up, Turbo? I can actually show you guys a really neat trick at some point here. I gotta show you guys more tricks. I talked about clipping into blocks. And so I need to find a spot where I can clip into a block a little bit more to show you some fun stuff. Okay, right. Oh, yeah, and then we gotta do that, and then we go down here. Oh, I tried to full send the jump and then realized I shouldn't be full sending, and I couldn't slow down in the air fast enough. Okay, so this, we gotta like... Oh my gosh, I wasn't sure I was gonna make that. Alright, back to the beginning of World 5. Hang on, though. I am on call at work, so I gotta make sure I didn't... My phone just went off, so I need to make sure that I am not getting a work message. Alright. We're good. Alright, beginning of World 5 again. But with a game like this, oh, I didn't know he was coming back, dude. With a game like this, as you can imagine, you gotta know where the extra lives are. Okay, I'm not sure it's gonna be here though because I died. And okay. I just missed it though because of the wind. If you like spawn the 1-up block, but then you die before you actually like hit it, it won't spawn on your next life. That's why I wasn't sure if it was gonna be there that time. I did the same thing, dude. Woo! I might have to switch the controller. I might have to input switch. Just so it feels more natural. There we go. Oh my gosh, the block actually screwed me there. That was a perfect jump otherwise. Oof. I thought he'd be gone soon enough. Oh man. So I love this game, dude. I think that like a brutally difficult Mario game like this is just so cool. Here's another fun thing. It's actually easier to do that F jump against the wind if Mario is facing backwards, because Mario accelerates faster going backwards than he does going forwards. Which is what fast acceleration is, by the way. When we talk about that with the speedrun, it's where you like do this. Like where, like turn around, whoops, turn around, jump and accelerate backwards. On like the first frame available. Kinda gotta do a pipe jump right there to not die. And yeah, the wind mechanic in this game, it's interesting. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. It's something. Is there a power-up over there? I don't think there is. Alright, alright. You've done Fast Excel on a controller one time? Yeah, I've never really, like, learned what the actual inputs are and stuff. I just know about the concept. You guys know about the Devil's Spell, right? You guys know about, hang on, let's see if I can do it. Okay. I'm screwing something up. I don't remember exactly how to do it. Oh, I almost had it there. I can't remember exactly how to do it. That's something where it's like, my muscle memory for the Devil's Spell. Oh, let's just do it right here. It is definitely for my, controller. Like, my muscle memory is controller for this. When I get this trick, though, you'll see how weird it is. Oh, okay, that was weird. A little weirder than what I was going for. I don't think you ever have to press... Man. So you can, like, you can get sucked all the way into the pipe, is what I'm trying to do. Maybe you, oh, you know what? I bet I have to jump a little bit higher. Not like that, though. There it is! And then you go down the pipe. Eh? Eh? Did you see that? So here's how that works. Look at that here. So we gotta talk about how that works a little bit. Have you ever noticed that Super Mario Bros. 1 does not have any pipes that come down like this? The only pipes that come down are the ones at the end of the underground level that then turn to the side, and it's actually a side pipe. There are no pipes like this in Mario 1 that come down and are just upside down. So here's the trick. This is the hack, is that the bottom of that pipe is actually the top of a pipe. They took the top of a pipe and just put it on the bottom, and it looks like an upside down pipe. But because it's the top of a pipe, you can go down it like a pipe. Because also with the way that SMB1 works, is that like the default state of a pipe is that you can go down it, and they have to specifically program the pipes to not be able to go down. So when they made the pipes like this, they didn't bother to program them to not be able to let you go down them. And on top of all of this, if you do this movement where, like, I'll show you in a second. If you do this weird movement where you have to press away from the wall for a frame. If I stand right here and I just jump, Mario hits it. But if on the way up, I press away on the D-pad for one frame, he can go up. He clears it. Like that. And then he starts to get sucked into it a little bit because of how the game works. And then once he's on the ground, it pushes him off. But if you, instead of letting him get pushed off, if you keep jumping, he keeps going left. And you can go all the way through like that. And then, add all of this together, you can go down the pipe tops. How do you like? Isn't that a fun trick? Okay, anyway. I gotta stop I gotta stop falling for that. I'm trying to flow too much. Oh, by the way, also, you can do something like that with the wind. Check it out. Just... Oh yeah, there we go. The wind is a little fucked if you do the wrong things. Oh my gosh, then I didn't have enough speed. Now I'm just being silly. Alright. I'm gonna refill my lives real quick, just by taking a death. Continue, and there we go. We're back to 3 lives. This time, let's beat the world this time. But this is why, like, so I have the letter worlds unlocked, but honestly, I probably won't get to them tonight because it's been too long and the game's too hard. And yo, Perlio. Okay, here we go. Don't fall for it. There we go. Just slow down a little bit right there if you have to. Okay, I gotta check this thing for power-ups. I don't know if there's a power-up here. Like here? There's a vine. Okay, noted. And there we go, boom. Sure, I didn't run this game. I ran SMB1, and then I just played this game a lot because it's great. Oh, here's where the devil spell is actually useful, though. I just remembered something. There's a power-up right here. I totally forgot about this. So there's a power-up right here, and then that means that you can take the power-up, and then you can, oh, hang on, it's kind of hard. But you can take the power-up, then you can go down, you can devil spell through the pipe, and now you can get the power-up again. How do you like that? Okay, let me be a little bit more careful here, though. Oh! There we go. Does that one reset the timer also? That might be because it's... I actually never noticed that it does that if it does. And maybe that's because you're warping to the very start of the level and something about the logic of the start of the level says that the timer should be initialized? I don't know. I'm just spitballing. The bullet bill saved me! Dude, saved by the bullet bill. That's crazy. Ultimate Gamer, hello. I'm just waiting for my time here, and it's gonna be right now. Boom, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Alright. In the castle, with several lives this time. What could possibly go wrong? There we go. I knew that would happen. Alright, alright. Oh, I could have gone right there. Oh, there we go. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, World 6. Got another bouncy power up here, and then... Oh, yeah, this is the okay. If I die, then I have to show you guys something about that part. Or maybe I can do, okay, yeah. Fourth? It is the fourth. However, I can't get that. But I remembered where it was. I remember something about the flow state on that part is really fun if you do it right. But I don't remember what the setup is. Alright. Better get duck swimming, since I don't have fire. Dang. Funny thing about swimming is if you tap A, you get like a big pump. But if you hold A, you get a smaller pump. So if you don't want Mario to go up very much, you hold A. And it's funny because you would think it's the other way around, right? Because of how jumps work. But I think it makes sense the way that it is. Because if you want to go up really fast, you're going to rapidly tap A, right? And so you want all those taps to be the big pumps. Like, there's something very weirdly intuitive, I think, about holding A being a more, like, controlled, small pump. Oh! Yeah. All right. 6-4. Hopefully I don't just die 4 times in this castle, and we can just one-shot World 6. That would be great. Something told me there was a power up there, but not so. And then... Oh... Is Castle 6 and Castle 4... Okay, no, I was gonna say, are they the same castle, but one of them's a maze and one's not? But no, this is different now. I do think you have to go down the bottom here, though, don't you? Oh! Okay, that's fine. That was, they made that such a tight jump, dude. I could have made it if my timing was better. Oh, it's very rough to get over a hammer bro like that. Okay, so now it's looking like I am gonna just game over in Castle 6 here. Is this where the power-up is? No. Okay, so we just have to just go like that. There we go. That's fine. Oh, but that wasn't... That wasn't maze complete? Now I gotta, oh right, because you have to actually go over the top. Okay, okay, we got it, we got it, we got it. Is there a power up here? Man, a lot of these ideas I have are not actually how it was. Okay, remember the big fire bar this time. And we'll be totally fine. They did it to me again. They did it to me again with that Bowser fireball in that exact position at that exact time. All right. Okay. Ah! Dude, I plowed through World 6. No problem. And then the castle got me 4 times. Oh, man. Hey, at least I can do this trick I was talking about. Check this out. We can go... Oh, never mind. Never mind, I screwed it up. Okay, hang on, we have to, like, do that? Oh my gosh, they get you with that setup so much, where it's like, the platform is dropping, so you don't allow yourself enough time to accelerate, you know? And then you get a wimpy jump, because you didn't accelerate enough. You just gotta flow, man. Ay, ay, ay. So of course now I'm struggling. I gotta remember what the deal is with the end of this level though. There's something about the end of this level where like you achieve true flow state if you do the right thing. There's some kind of visual. Oh yeah, it's the middle of the bush, I think. I think it's you jump from the middle of the big bush. All right, take me down, initiate duck swim. Get that fish out of the way. Ah, I got sucked downward into that fish. Because there's like the suck action into the pits, you know? Oh my gosh, get me down the pit, holy fuck. Okay, okay. Yeah. The squids in Mario are called bloopers. All right. 6-3. Still on only 1 life. I'm gonna hit this power up though this time. Check it out. Here it is. Oh, I didn't get enough height because I was moving too slow. Bro, that deserves an instant replay. Hang on a second. Where is it? Here we go. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot for this now. That's fine though, hang on. Look at it. Look at it. Watch this right here. As I jump up. Look at this cheap. That motherfucker, dude. Oh, God. That was from earlier. Okay. Let's go. Okay. It's got to be a later level that the trick comes into play that I'm talking about right there. It definitely is. We'll get there. Okay, power me up, Buttercup, and then I don't know why I thought that I would just sail all the way to the platform right there. That was a very stupid judgment. Okay. We'll give it a little bit more respect this time. There we go. And then here, middle, like that? That felt like I jumped a little bit too late. That was a really tight jump on that platform. I think you're supposed to go a little earlier than that. Okay. Oh boy. Uh-oh, did I just land? There we go. I should be duck swimming again there. Indeed. Okay, okay. Got it. Never noticed the jump sound is different between big and small? Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, this time we're gonna get that power up. Boom! Oh, but I can't collect it because it's too high. There we go. Okay, okay. Back to 6-4. The most iconic video game sound, I feel like it's probably the secret, the Zelda. Here's the funny thing about that answer, though, is that I don't think that, like, anybody can accurately replicate that sound with their mouth. Because nobody knows, like, what it's actually doing. Like, how many notes is it? What are the notes? I don't know, dude. It's just like... But who the hell knows what the actual notes are? Okay, we just sailed straight over the tricky shot this time. Look at that, easy peasy. But yeah, I feel like that's got to be at least one of the most iconic video game sounds. The other one is probably just the Mario 1-up sound. Because, like, kind of the way that I sort of think about it is that, like, if you were to interview random people on the street, you would get a lot of people who don't even play video games who know what the Mario 1-up sound is and don't know what the Zelda sound is, you know? A lot of people who don't play video games would probably also know what the Zelda sound is, maybe, but I think a lot more would know. Uh-oh. Did I do something wrong here? Did I take a path that I'm not supposed to take? I don't really recognize that part of that level. This looks more familiar, though. Okay, now it looks like we're fine. I forget if I have to do this. I'm gonna ignore it and see what happens. Okay, we loop. Got it, got it. So... Ooh, that's tricky. Okay. We have to go, like, right away. Do we even have to do this? Oh, yeah. You just don't wait on the platform. You run ahead. Got it. And then, is this a power-up? No, okay. Yeah, I didn't really know what to do there, so I just jumped straight into everything. Oh! There we go, okay. And now... Give me a nice bounce like that. Oh, okay. One big difference between this game and Mario 1 that you're probably noticing is that you bounce way higher off of enemies in this one. Like, they really, like, upped the bounce factor off of enemies, which is fun because they also... I think we have to stop here. They also made it so that, there's a lot more puzzles that have to do with the bounce in this one, you know? Okay. Yeah, just lose that power-up right away, why don't you? I think this is the last one, though, yeah. Oh, yeah, and then it's this part. Okay. Right. Very tricky part right there. The level that ends in the sky. Yeah. World 8, I think 8-2. It's kind of like a puzzle level that's really short if you know what you're doing. Definitely right here, right? Yes. Okay, but I can't actually collect that because I'm dumb. And then I did that. Okay. Whoops. All right, back to... Oh, no, I get one more try. All right, let's go. Okay, I got to be much quicker on the draw here. We got to go like boom, boom, like that. And now we're safe from the fire bar. Then... Very important to keep momentum while you do that on those platforms. So that you, are able to keep going upward. Oh, I think if you kick this one, if you kick that one to the right, you actually get a 1-up. I forgot about that, shoot. So, I could have gotten a 1-up there, and then not had to worry about game overing here. I stood up too fast, like a dummy. Oh, I wiggled in there, dude. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Hang on. I'm pausing. Look at this Bowser approach. Jumping in to make sure I don't hit the fire bar. Then I gotta go forward. Oh, move me out of the way here. Hang on a second. I'm giving you that one again. All right, here we go. We're on the approach. Sailed straight over that first one. Jump to slow down to not hit the fire bar, but then it's like, oh, dude, the fire bar's coming, so I got to get closer to him, get under him. But now you got to wait for him to be far enough away. Oh yeah, dude. Top-notch Mario. All right, and now World 8 is like super fun. Except I have to remember... Okay. It's that one. And then... So I remember there's like a... Yeah. You gotta like multi-bounce these guys. Okay. Get me back in there. So it's like the 6th or 7th one here. I think it's 7th? Yeah. Oh, and then this guy spawns, eh? And for some reason, shells only kill Hammer Bros from the back and not the front. Don't ask me why, that's just Mario logic. Does it feel easier using the keys? Not necessarily, because I've been playing Mario with the controller for 30 years, you know? So like, I'm just so used to controller. But I definitely like the keyboard controls a lot though. And if I was to start speedrunning this game again, I would probably use keyboard. Boom. Oh. But isn't that a power-up? Yes, it is. Oh, and that's a poison. Okay. All right. We're just going. We're just leaving. All right. And that's 8-1 done. No problem. Okay, 8-2. Kind of a puzzle level, I think. I think you get a life if you do that properly. Okay, here it is. We gotta go. Oh, I missed it. So now I gotta wrap us. Oh, there's a hidden block right there to screw you. Yep. Now I gotta wrap the level because I missed the block. All right. Here we go. I missed it again. And then, oh, dude, that block is such a troll right there. Okay, have I seen that video from Muujin about a girl who filed a police report about another gamer for harassment because he killed her in a looter shooter? I think, so no, I've not seen that video. I think I vaguely heard that there was some kind of story about something like that, but I don't know anything about it. There we go. You gotta hit this and get the vine. So that's what this level is. Okay, and then 8-3 is a motherfucker if I remember right. But, like, I mean that in the best way possible. Oh, yeah. See, I'm remembering some of my strats, though. Oh, okay, just wait it out. And then... Oh, there's a star there, huh? Oh, but is this star bad? Yeah, this star is bad. It gets you to go through this guy and die. Oops. Alright. Here we go. Oh, I guess maybe you're mostly fine there? And then this part... Whoa, I almost hit that poison shroom by accident. This part's very weird. You have to stand on the hidden block here. So you can do that. And there you go. That's the end of the level. Dude, I remember I remember World 8 pretty well. Okay, final castle time. Remember when I talked about how Mario has higher gravity? Or he has lower gravity before you jump? Yeah, that got me there. Alright. How's crazy? Hello, welcome. How you guys doing? We are playing some 2J on the FDS. And I probably should introduce it a little bit more, because we are, this is a real Famicom disk system, yeah, original hardware, but this is a keyboard controller that I designed and built myself. So it uses mechanical key switches instead of buttons, but it uses the same exact shift register that a regular NES controller uses. So the only thing that's like extra beyond a standard NES controller is that because keys technically let you press left and right at the same time, the D-pad goes through an extra couple ICs for some logic that disables left plus right and up plus down. Very briefly, the way that it does it is when you press when you press left, what it does is it sends a signal to a gate that is only open if right is not pressed. And when you press right, same thing. It sends the signal to a gate that is only open if left is not pressed. So if both left and right are both pressed, then both gates are closed, meaning you get no output. And up and down is done the same way. That's how we solve the up, down, left, right issue with like real hardware, regular old shift register controller. But it's been a long time since I played Lost Levels, so it's I'm having a little bit of a struggle with lots of game overs here, but we're having a great time because the game is awesome. Is it an XOR gate? It is a NAND gate. It is a now that we're speaking tech talk, it is a not AND gate because how exactly it works for Bitcores is that the standard signal is 0 on the button, and when you press it, it sends a signal, right? And then so what we do is the other side goes through a inverter. So we'll just take the left for example, right? Not pressed is sending 0, and pressed is sending 1. Now, importantly, that's actually the opposite of what the system interprets. The system wants a 0 to mean that the button is pressed, and a 1 means that the button is not pressed, and that's why it's a not AND gate. So when you press the button, it sends a 1, but when it's not pressed, it sends a 0 to the gate. And then the right is going through an inverter. So when it's not pressed, it's a 1, and when it's pressed, it's a 0, because it's an inverter. So then the gate, the NAND gate, only sends a 0 if it's both 1, right? 0, 0, 0, 1, and 1, 0 all send 1, which is button not pressed, but 1, 1 sends 0, which is button pressed. And you achieve 1, 1 by yes pressed left and not pressed right through an inverter, right? And then that logic is flipped the other way for the right button. So there you go. There's like the technical explanation. And that design was made by Pumpkin Pirate. Okay. And doing it with Mario instead of Luigi, I prefer Mario. Luigi has the higher jumps, but like, he slides around so much that I think he ends up being more difficult to control, especially if you played a ton of original Mario and you just expect the Mario to control like Mario, you know? Like, Luigi actually feels like a silly challenge to me more than it does like a benefit. Oh, I forgot you have to duck jump off that so you don't bonk on the platform there. Okay, right. Buffer a press through the NAND gate? I'm not sure what you're describing. Oh. Yeah, you can pick Mario or... So, the thing about Mario 2 is that it's not two-player. I don't think, right? Instead of choosing one player or two player at the start, instead you just choose whether you, the only player, wants to play as Mario or Luigi, and they actually control a little bit differently. So like the whole mechanic that kind of became a standard for the series, where Luigi jumps higher but he's kind of slippery, that was actually started in this game. But yeah, in Mario 1, if you're playing two-player, and then two-player, and then the second player is Luigi, they control the same. Alright, here we go. I'm not getting screwed by the gravity this time. I could have sworn there was a power-up right there. Alright, guess not. Okay. This part, very tricky. I think what I want to do is that. And then we go in there. Will the controller work on NES as well? Yes, it works on both NES and Famicom. Okay, so this is a really... Oh, I didn't do it right. I tried to do the tricky wall bounce, which, like, it can make it easier to do that wall bounce, but I'm not going to do it in the future. I think it makes it harder. Okay. But yeah, right now we're playing on an AV Famicom, but yeah, the only other thing that I've tested it on specifically myself is a front loader NES, because that's the other thing that I have, but yeah, it works exactly the same on both. Any plans to make a Super Nintendo one? I've thought about it. I've also thought about making a PlayStation one, because I actually speedrun Final Fantasy VII, and I've thought that, like, man, it'd be fun to try to play Final Fantasy VII on PlayStation with a keyboard controller also. Oh, whoops, I kind of did that same thing again. Oh! I didn't scroll the screen enough to avoid that happening. I could have also just not slid that much, but... I speedrun Final Fantasy VII. What's funny about that? I did the same thing right there. Okay, oh my gosh. All right. I screwed that up big time. Okay, there we go. There we go, much better. Oh, that was tricky. Oh, dude, something got in my eye, though. That jump is, like, impossible if you don't have big Mario hitbox. That's the thing about 8-1. You almost have to be big on that jump. At least to make it fast. Oh, dude, something is in my eye. At least to do the jump fast. You can stop and slow down and make it, as well, which I will have to do next time if I'm not already big. Oh my gosh, okay, so yeah, so now we have to do it the slow way. Where you do this. Okay. And then we gotta wait for him to be low. Boom, and you can do it that way. And then we can re-power up right here. And then try not to lose the power. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. But yeah, Cows Crazy, what were you up to today? Are you a Mario player? I need to apologize for my wife, to my wife. I'm usually done at 10. But now Mario 2 is too difficult. It took me too many tries to get through it. Too many game overs. Mario, Pokemon, Zelda, Fable 3 today? Gotcha. Alright, here we go. So this time, remember to duck jump off that so that you don't bonk on the platform. Oh, perfect. Those guys need duck jumps as well. Ooh, okay, that's fine. Oh, I barely brought that platform up enough. Okay. Alright, I'll play this game. Here's what I'll tell you. I'll play this game again soon, and we'll do the letter worlds next time. This time I'm just gonna call it good at the end of World 8 here. But next time I'll do the letter worlds as well. Weeks away, the due date is actually in... Oh, the due date is actually in 1 week. It's the 12th is our due date. 5 days. Okay. We need these two to behave here. That was pretty good for a second. Okay, that one's gonna be good enough. Yeah. That was pretty perfect, actually. Bounce me up here. Bring me back right there. Okay. Your wife is doing a month. Nice. It looks like it might be coming early, though. Oh, that's what they're saying. For us, it sounds like we're just right on target. Like, all of the news that we've heard from the doctors in all of our appointments so far has been that she's a real top of the bell curve baby, you know? Which is what I want to hear. Oh, that's a poison shroom. Oh, that's another poison shroom. Here's the part where you can do ace, apparently. Okay, okay. And then this jump, I think I gotta wait a little bit. Go now. Oh, yeah, dude. Power up right there. Oh, I forgot to do the trick. There's a really funny trick you can do to get by him really easily. Oh, we're fine. All right, here he is, the real Bowser. Oh, he got me. Yeah, but there you go. There's Mario 2J. Oh yeah, and listen to how way too loud the extra sound channel is. The FDS famously has a extra sound channel that the NES doesn't have, but also it's way too loud. So some people mod their systems to like quiet down that audio channel a little bit. Peaches and Blonde, hey, they only had 3 colors per sprite to work with back then. If I ever make a video game, by the way, 157246 is definitely gonna be a numeric password at some point. Because that's the order that the toads blink. For whatever reason that the toads blink, that's the order that they blink. All right, now it's loading again. Oh, right, I forgot about Fantasy World. Let's try 9 World with 1 game. Right, they set you down to they set you down to 1 life. And then there's this level, which is like a reference to the Minus World. Which, because the thing is, the Minus World you guys might mostly know of as an underwater level, but the FDS version of Mario, oh, I died. It's actually an outdoor level that you swim in, and so that's like a... There we go. This is my official super player certification, by the way. I'm officially certified as a super player by Nintendo. I just got it renewed. And all right. You get a star on the title screen every time that you beat the game. And if you hang on, how do you actually select it again? I don't remember. I don't remember how to get to World A. Because you get a star on the title screen every time you beat the game. And then there's a way to start the game on World A. And then Worlds A, B, C, and D are they're like ultra hard worlds. I'm guessing you probably just hold A, right? So here, if I hold A, does it do it? It is loading. Yeah. So that's how you get to World A. You hold A. Okay, got it. All right. Well, that's gonna be that. I wanna show you one more thing. Just because the FDS is great. And that's just how satisfying this thing is to operate in general. So, like, check this out, dude. Look at this big, nice button. Oh, yeah. Like, just this. Oh, man. This action is just so satisfying. But, all right. Got this little paper envelope that's a little bit tough to get into because of the folds on it. Hang on, you got to get it around the folds. Ah, there we go. And then they go in these little boxes. Oh, yeah. Good stuff, dude. Well, there we go. Anything on the B side? Yeah, Bomberman is on the B side. I didn't put it there. That's just how I got it. For some reason, Bomberman's on the other side. And then really interesting thing is if you have Metroid on FDS, the game, your save files are on one side and then the game's on the other side. So you put in B side, select your file, it loads it, and then you got to eject the game, flip it, put in B side, and then it loads the game with your file. So I've just always thought that that's super interesting also. But all right. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We talked about the Niftski thing a little bit more. I really enjoyed Takate's video on it. That was I agreed with pretty much everything he said, and yeah, that was great. And then we watched that FF7 video. You know, I thought it was okay. And then yeah, playthrough of Mario 2J. I'll come back and play through 2J again, and we'll do the Letter Worlds next time. So until then, thanks so much for watching, everybody. Let's find someone to raid real quick. If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, you know we're just going. But if you're on Twitch, we will do a little raid here. Ooh, Slime is starting up, and he's playing Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. This guy, dude, this streamer, if you guys want, this guy is a great streamer. He's one of my favorites. And he took a long break. He's back from a long break of streaming, and now this motherfucker he played through Castlevania Circle of the Moon casually in one day, because if it's speedrunning, it's not that impressive, but casually he played through Circle of the Moon in one day. Then the next day he played through Harmony of Dissonance. The next day he played all the way through Aria of Sorrow, and now today he's playing Dawn of Sorrow. So this guy has been on Castlevania hard. So if you're on YouTube, I will give you I thought that this was my keyboard. If you're on YouTube here, I will just give you the link to who I'm talking about. There you go. You can go check him out. And then on Twitch, we'll actually just go raid him. Yo, Blink. Go enjoy some Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. Have yourselves a great night. I'll see you next time. Bye.